Chapter 25-31. The Southern Expedition Marshal was not in a hurry to attack, and the messenger of the divine ruins was happy to stall for time. Taking this opportunity, he quietly took a healing pill and circulated his energy to recuperate his injuries. The Southern Expedition Marshal saw through his actions and thoughts, but he did not take it to heart. After all, he was most concerned about the person who set up the true God-level array. Old thing, Bunshui disdains to bicker with a frog at the bottom of a well like you. The person who set up the array on the ancient viewing platform must be your accomplice. Get them out and Bunshui can finish them off together. The Southern Expedition Marshal looked coldly at the messenger of the divine ruins and shouted arrogantly. The messenger of the divine ruins pretended to be puzzled and sneered, "Accomplice? I'm the only one here, how can I have an accomplice? Bastard of the heaven-punishing clan, are you scared? If you are, get out of the Five Elements world as soon as possible to avoid being buried here." The messenger of the divine ruins knew that the array on the ancient viewing platform was set up by Ji Tianqing. Since Ji Tianqing hid and did not show up, he naturally had his own plans, and the messenger of the divine ruins would not admit it. The Southern Expedition Marshal naturally did not believe him and sneered contemptuously, "Old thing, don't pretend to be confused with Bunshui. You are just an 8th-stage void god. Even if you have the boundless god stone, you can't set up a true god-level array. If Bunshui guessed correctly, this should be Ji Tianqing's method. I heard that he is the reincarnation of the divine king from 1,000 years ago, and only he can master a true god-level array. Get him out and die together." The messenger of the divine ruins was stunned and asked in puzzlement, "Boundless god stone? What is that? Ugly beast, have you lost your mind or something? Or are you delusional?" This time, the messenger of the divine ruins was not pretending. He had never heard of the boundless god stone. The Southern Expedition Marshal was completely enraged and said murderously, "Old thing. Bunshui's patience has run out. Your dog life ends here." When he finished speaking, he raised his fists and punched the messenger of the divine ruins above the ancient viewing platform. Boom! Boom! Two dark red fists the size of mountains instantly traversed 200 kilometers in the sky and arrived in front of the emissary of the divine ruins. The emissary of the divine ruins was shocked. His figure flashed and teleported hundreds of kilometers away, barely dodging the fist attack. However, while the emissary of the divine ruins dodged, the ancient viewing platform was hit by the two fists. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the ancient gazing platform shook violently, and rubble flew everywhere. The dark red fist radiance collapsed on the spot, turning into millions of fragments that scattered in all directions. After suffering such a heavy blow, the ancient viewing platform was on the verge of shattering. The surface of the platform was covered with cracks like a spider web. The foundation of the Milky Way 9 transformations grand array that was set up on the stage was also damaged, and its power became extremely chaotic. Swish! Swish! The ancient viewing platform, which was full of cracks, flashed with 5-colored divine light and quickly leaked out a vast amount of divine power. Seeing this, the emissary of the divine ruins felt his heart ache and thought regretfully, "Damn it. The grand array that Tianqing laid down was actually destroyed by him. I originally planned to use this grand array to deal with the heaven-defying fleet, but it seems like there's no hope now." The previous battle and pursuit had already shown him the terrifying strength of the Southern Expedition Marshal. Now, the Southern Expedition Marshal had almost destroyed the ancient gazing platform with just one move. His expression became more and more serious, and a layer of haze covered his heart. A thought flashed through his mind uncontrollably. How can a few martial gods resist the ferocious army of the heaven-conquering fleet? Who can stop the Southern Expedition Marshal, who is at the true god stage? At the same time, the Southern Expedition Marshal waved his palms again and sent out 2 dark red light blades that were thousands of feet long. His target was not the emissary of the divine ruins, but the ancient gazing platform in the sky. Obviously, he wanted to destroy the divine array on the ancient gazing platform first before killing the emissary of the divine ruins. The emissary of the divine ruins was anxious. He growled and was about to block it. However, at this moment, a bright golden light lit up the northern sky, and a cold and majestic voice was heard. A mere true god dares to be so presumptuous here. When the cold shout was heard, the two dazzling golden swords had already arrived first, piercing the dark red light blade. Kaboom! An earth-shattering sound exploded, shaking heaven and earth. The golden swords and the dark red light blades collapsed at the same time, exploding into thousands of pieces and scattering in the sky. The Southern Expedition Marshal's killer move had actually been neutralized. Such a scene caused everyone to turn pale with fright, and they revealed an expression of disbelief. The emissary of the divine ruins was shocked. He looked to the north with burning eyes and muttered, "In just a few years, his strength has actually reached such a level. This is unbelievable." Even though he knew that this person was the reincarnation of the divine king, he still could not believe this result. The Southern Expedition Marshal looked to the north and stared at the white figure that was flashing over. His lips curled into a sinister smile. The reincarnation of the divine king? Indeed, he is quite capable. The dragon-subduing general also looked at the newcomer with resentment and revealed a cruel and sinister smile. Ji Tianqing, Ji Tianqing. After 10 years, I can finally take revenge. After the Grand Marshal captures you, I will definitely cut off your head with my own hands. In the blink of an eye, the white figure teleported from 3,000 miles away to the sky above the ancient viewing platform. Swoosh! When his figure turned from an illusion to a real one, his true appearance was revealed. He was tall and in high spirits. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his aura was unparalleled. There was no doubt that the newcomer was Ji Tianqing. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was holding the pitch-black sword of burial of heaven. He pointed it at the ground, and his aura was sacred and overbearing. Even though he only looked coldly at the Southern Expedition Marshal, the dragon-subduing general, and the others. His invisible divine power enveloped 1,000 miles. The Southern Expedition Marshal and many Heaven Punishers felt an overwhelming divine power pressing down on them. Instantly, their hearts tightened, and a trace of fear appeared in their divine souls. That was a suppression that came from the bloodline and divine soul level. Ji Tianqing had the blood of a divine king and the soul of a divine king. He naturally had an innate noble and majestic aura. He glanced at the Southern Expedition Marshal and then at the dragon-subduing general. He sneered disdainfully. "Dragon-subduing, you have disappointed me. You have forgotten the lesson from back then and dare to make a comeback. This time, no one can save you. You are dead meat." The dragon-subduing general was shocked by Ji Tianqing's aura. He forgot to refute and could not help but take a step back. When he came back to his senses, he was instantly enraged. He shouted arrogantly, "Ji Tianqing. You are the one who doesn't know that you are about to die. This time, I have invited the Southern Expedition Marshal to come with me. I have brought over 100 captains and nearly 10,000 elite soldiers. Not only will you die without a burial place, but the entire Five Elements world will also prostrate under the Marshal's feet." Ji Tianqing sneered mockingly. He sized up the Southern Expedition Marshal and shook his head. "Dragon-subduing, no wonder you dare to come back to die. It turns out that you have found a backer. It's a pity that your backer is too weak." Chapter 25-32. Too weak. These three words enraged the Southern conquering Marshal and the top powers of the sky-slaying tribe. This was an unforgivable humiliation. However, Ji Tianqing had said it so casually as though he was stating the truth. How could the top powers of the sky-slaying tribe not be enraged? In the eyes of General Long Fu and the other captains, the Southern conquering Marshal, who was a true god, was an invincible god. He was a real immortal god. Everyone treated the southern conquering marshal like a god. How could they tolerate Ji Tianqing's humiliation? However, before the southern conquering marshal gave the order, General Long Fu and the other captains did not dare to attack. The southern conquering marshal stared at Ji Tianqing and laughed in anger. Ha ha ha, you are indeed the reincarnation of a supreme being. Although you have not regained your former strength, your arrogance and confidence have not diminished. The southern conquering marshal shook his head and sighed regretfully. It is a pity that you are only a LV8 martial god. It is ridiculous for you to say such arrogant words. Although Ji Tianqing's strength and body constitution were special and no one could see through his cultivation level, the southern conquering marshal was a true god. However, the southern expedition marshal was a true divinity, a realm higher than Ji Tianqing. No matter how well Ji Tianqing hid, he could not hide from the southern conquering marshal. Following Marshal Jinnan's words, more than 30 captains burst into laughter and began to discuss with contempt. Ha ha ha. I thought he was powerful. I did not expect him to be so arrogant when he is only a LV8 martial god. Haha, that guy must still be living in a dream. He thinks he is the king of gods. This 5 elements realm is too weak. The southern conquering marshal can destroy it with a flip of his palm. Many captains mocked Ji Tianqing without restraint, their faces filled with pride. Only General Long Fu remained silent. His expression was ugly and his eyes were filled with shock. He stared at Ji Tianqing and muttered in disbelief, LV8 martial god. How is this possible? He had just broken through to the martial god realm 10 years ago. It had only been 10 years and he had already reached the 8th stage realm. I don't believe it. How can there be such a strange thing in the world? When the southern expedition marshal heard the dragon subduing general's voice, his expression froze. What did you say? The south conquering marshal turned his head and stared at the dragon subduing general with his eyes wide open. General Dragon Fu slowly lifted his head and said with a bitter expression, Grand Marshal, when I escaped from the 5 elements world, Ji Tianqing had just broken through to the martial god realm. The southern expedition marshal was dumbfounded. His face was full of shock, and he didn't know what to say. The mocking laughter of the captains stopped abruptly. Everyone was speechless. They were all dumbfounded as they stood on the spot with their mouths agape. After a long time, someone gasped and exclaimed. In fact, many people were unable to accept this fact and started to question General Dragon subduing. Fu Long, you must be mistaken. Who in the world can improve from the 1st level martial god realm to the 8th level in 10 years? That's right. We have conquered the purple cloud star zone and been to dozens of worlds, but we have never heard of such a thing. This is definitely not true. How can there be such a demonic genius in the world? Even if he is the reincarnation of a supreme being, it is impossible for him to improve by 7 levels in 10 years. That is the martial god realm. Everyone knew that the advancement of a martial god realm expert was very slow. Even a top genius would need 1 to 200 years to improve by 1 level. No one dared to question the Southern Expedition Marshal, so they could only question General Dragon Fu. General Dragon Fu remained silent. He was speechless. The Southern Expedition Marshal's expression was dark and his eyes were solemn. At the same time, Ji Tianqing's loud laughter came from the sky. Ha 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 ha. Weren't you all arrogant and domineering just now? Why are you all so cowardly now? If they admitted defeat, they would obediently lay down their weapons and surrender. Perhaps I will be merciful and give you a dignified death. Ji Tianqing returned the southern conquering marshal's words back to him even more harshly. The messenger of the divine ruins was in a good mood and could not help but laugh. At the same time, he secretly asked Ji Tianqing, Tianqing, other than you, who else is here? Ji Tianqing replied, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and my 2 divine beasts. They will not show up for the time being and are hiding in the dark. I have other plans. The messenger of the divine ruins calmed down and said, "That's good. However, our strength is still not enough. We have to continue stalling for time. When Taihao and Fairy Yuqing arrive, we will be qualified to deal with them." Ji Tianqing nodded slightly and said, "They have more people and the Southern Expedition Marshal is a true God Realm expert. He will not be scared by me. Even if all of our people are here, we cannot fight them head-on. We can only try our best to deal with them. Fortunately, the Divine Ruins is vast. As long as we restrain the fleet and prevent them from leaving the Divine Ruins, we will be halfway to success." Ji Tianqing appeared to be extremely confident and domineering. However, he was doing this to buy time. Only he knew that they had no chance of winning against the heaven-defying fleet. Once they were defeated, the Five Elements world would be finished. After a while, the experts of the heaven-defying clan came back to their senses and woke up from their shock. The Southern Expedition Marshal looked at Ji Tianqing sharply and said in a deep voice, "Ji Tianqing. Benshui has to admit that your aptitude is extremely high. Benshui has never seen anyone like you in his life. A monstrous genius like you has never been seen before in all of history. If you insist on resisting, it would be a pity for you to die here. Benshui will give you one chance. If you are willing to surrender, Benshui will protect you and recommend you to the Great Emperor. With your talent, you will definitely be valued by the Great Emperor, just like Benshui. You have to know that our Great Emperor can reach the Divine Court and has the ambition and ability to rule the 3,000 worlds." As he spoke, the Southern Expedition Marshal pointed at the sky and said in a serious tone, "You know very well that this is a world sealed by the gods. Even if you are the reincarnation of the Deity King, you will not be able to leave this world, let alone return to the Divine Realm. As long as you surrender, Benshui will take you away and ensure that you can ascend smoothly." Marshal Nanzhennan's words were extremely attractive to the martial gods of the Five-Element realm. However, he was facing Ji Tianqing. The result was obvious. "Ha ha ha. What a joke." Ji Tianqing laughed contemptuously at the sky. "Since you know that I am the reincarnation of the Deity King, how dare you say such ignorant and ridiculous things? How can a mere great emperor of the heaven-defying clan be worthy of my surrender? He is not even worthy of being my servant. Even the divine court you speak of is just a joke in my eyes. As for leaving this sealed world, that is even more ridiculous. If I don't have a way to ascend, how did I ascend to the divine realm 1,000 years ago and become the king of gods?" Chapter 25-33. The South conquering marshal was rendered speechless. He looked extremely embarrassed. The dragon subduing general and the other captains were so angry that they almost exploded on the spot. The great emperor of Heaven Punisher was the supreme leader of the Heaven Punisher tribe. Every member of the Heaven Punisher tribe viewed the great emperor of Heaven Punisher as their religion. They would not allow anyone to blaspheme him. Ji Tianqing's words had crossed their bottom line. They could not tolerate it anymore. "Grand Marshal, the dragon subduing marshal requests for battle. Captain Xing Yi requests for battle. Captain Lu Ming requests for battle. Captain Changfeng requests for battle. Only by tearing the lowly martial god of the human race into pieces can the hatred in our hearts be appeased." The dragon subduing general and more than 30 captains all shouted and requested for battle. Even if they were to be smashed into pieces and their blood stained the sky, they would tear Ji Tianqing into pieces. The South conquering marshal would not stop them. He shouted with a murderous aura, "All soldiers, listen up. Kill Ji Tianqing and that old bastard at all costs." As the sound of his voice faded, the dragon subduing general and over 30 captains all drew their weapons, roaring as they pounced toward Ji Tianqing. The other 60 or so warships also revealed rows of cannons, releasing dark red light beams that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Boom! 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 Kill! Charge! Deafening explosions and earth-shattering cries exploded in the sky and shook the universe. In an instant, the ancient viewing platform was drowned by the dark red light beams. Boom! 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 A deafening sound burst out, and the red light and the broken stones burst out. The area within a radius of 100 miles was completely messed up. The ancient viewing platform had already been destroyed by the south conquering marshal. Now that it was being attacked by more than 10 warships, it collapsed on the spot. Along with the cracking sounds, the ancient viewing platform with a radius of 10 miles shattered into several hundred large rocks and fell from the sky. The Star River 9 changes array on the platform collapsed just like that. 300 pitch-black origin stones were also scattered in the sky, covered in debris. By the time the thousands of dark red light pillars came crashing down, the emissary of the divine ruins had already teleported 100 kilometers away. Ji Tianqing, on the other hand, donned his pitch-black origin stone armor, blocking the attacks of the dark red beams of light as he collected the origin stones that were falling from the sky. Even though he had a lot of origin stones, losing 300 wouldn't make much of a difference. However, he did not want those origin stones to fall into the hands of the heaven punishers. Pang pang pang. Dark red pillars of light hit him one after another, producing a series of muffled booms. In the short span of 2 breaths, he was struck more than 800 times. Even though the defense of the origin stone armor was strong enough to neutralize the attack of the dark red pillar of light and protect him from harm, the origin stone armor was still able to protect him. However, he was still sent flying dozens of miles away, tumbling over 100 times in the air. When the red light dissipated, he had only collected 100 or so origin stones. There was still half of the origin stones falling from the sky to the ground. He wanted to use a grappling technique to grab those origin stones back. It was a pity that the dragon subduing general and over 30 captains had already killed their way over. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They slashed out giant red blades that covered the sky and unleashed all kinds of divine techniques that poured down like floodwaters. Ji Tianqing was fearless as he roared furiously and charged forward to meet him. Relying on the strong defense of the origin stone armor, he swung the burial of heaven sword and unleashed hundreds of sword radiances. Sun Crush. The dazzling golden sword radiance shattered the giant red blades in the sky and hit over a dozen captains. With muffled booms, the armor of the captains was slashed open by the sword radiance. Dark red blood spurted out from their bodies. With a series of painful groans, the captains were sent flying. However, the other 20 captains' attacks all hit Ji Tianqing. Bang! Bang! Ji Tianqing was also sent flying by the violent force. He tumbled over 100 miles away. Fortunately, the captains were unable to break the defense of the origin stone armor. Not even a dent was left on the surface of the armor. Ji Tianqing was safe and sound. He was about to regain his composure and charge toward the captains again. At this moment, the dozens of battleships not far away shot out more than 3,000 dark red light beams, swallowing him up. Boom! 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 At this critical moment, Ji Tianqing had no time to dodge. He could only inject his divine power into the armor and block with all his might. The result was without a doubt that he had blocked the bombardment of the light pillars and was not injured. However, he was blasted down from the sky by the terrifying force of the impact and smashed into the ruins below. He had just jumped out of the ruins and was about to fly into the sky. The 30 captains joined forces and performed their divine techniques again. They released endless red light and drowned him. Boom! 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 Ji Tianqing was blasted into the ruins again and smashed into the ground. The ruins that were 100 miles wide had more than doubled in size. Within 1,000 miles, more than a dozen mountains had collapsed. Countless ravines had also appeared on the ground. Ji Tianqing was completely helpless. He was weak, but he had to withstand the siege of more than 30 martial gods and more than 30 battleships. No matter how strong he was and how powerful he was, he would not be able to fight back. If not for the protection of the Dawn stone armor, he would have been seriously injured. After all, ants could bite an elephant to death. Even a true god could not withstand the siege of so many people. Damn it! I can't be delayed by them. I have to lead them to Ku. This thought flashed through Ji Tianqing's mind. He simply burrowed into the ground and fled toward the north. While escaping, he used his divine sense to observe the situation on the battlefield. He saw that the messenger of the divine ruins was also being bombarded by more than 30 battleships and was fleeing in a sorry state. He did not know Ji Tianqing's specific plan, nor did he know where the ambush was, so he could only circle around the ancient viewing platform. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing hurriedly reminded him, "Senior, flee to the north." The messenger of the divine ruins immediately had a target and fled toward the north. On the marshal's flagship not far away, Marshal Nan stood at the bow of the ship and sneered when he saw Ji Tianqing and the messenger of the divine ruins fleeing together. He he he. Reincarnation of the divine king. Tomb keeper. They are all useless. Our race's fleet is invincible. We have used our divine cannons to conquer countless worlds and dominate various star zones. Two mere insects of the human race want to stop Benshuai's attack. Today, this marshal will blast you all to smithereens. After sneering, Marshal Nan waved his hand and gave the order to pursue. More than 60 battleships flew toward the north and chased after the messenger of the divine ruins. At the same time, dozens of battleships continued to fire at the messenger of the divine ruins in the sky. General Long Fu and more than 30 captains held weapons and chased after Ji Tianqing, who was traveling underground. The Heaven Punishers' morale was high. They had regained their confidence and were exceptionally domineering. In a short while, the two sides had chased for more than 10,000 miles. The fleet and more than 30 captains were finally lured into the ambush by Ji Tianqing. End of chapter. The armors of more than 30 captains were shattered. Their bodies were covered with wounds and blood was spurting out. There were 12 people who were the most unlucky. They were already injured, and now they were directly blasted into pieces. The 20 or so captains who were lucky enough to survive were all missing arms and legs. Their bodies were covered in hideous wounds that exposed their bones. A series of screams and cries of pain echoed in the sky. The heavily injured captains fled into the distance in panic. They would not be able to fight for a short period of time. As for the 20-plus warships, they were also distorted and filled with cracks and craters. Another 1,000 or so black-armored soldiers were killed, and more than a dozen captains were lightly injured. After regaining their senses, many of the battleships quickly retreated and fled to the vicinity of the marshal's flagship. The battleships were in a mess. The soldiers were all circulating their energy to heal their injuries or save their heavily injured companions. Such heavy losses caused South conquering Marshal's heart to bleed. He was so angry that he almost went berserk. Ah! Sinister, despicable human worms. When Benshuai takes the unbounded divine stone, he will definitely destroy this dirty world. South conquering Marshal was seething with anger as he roared with murderous intent. A few hours ago, he had led the heaven-conquering fleet and ambitiously charged into Shenwu continent. He wanted to take the unbounded divine stone and enslave this world. However, he had not expected that in just a few hours, he would encounter setbacks and attacks. 40 of the 100 battleships had been destroyed. Of the remaining 60 battleships, half were covered in scars. Of the 10,000 elite martial sages, more than 3,000 had been slaughtered, leaving only 6,000 or so. Of the 100 martial god captains, 12 had been killed, and 23 had been heavily injured. This was a truly unfavorable start to the war. Only then did South conquering Marshal completely believe Dragon subduing General's words. This seemingly ordinary five elements realm was truly filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was impossible to guard against. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the divine light that covered the sky dissipated, all of the battleships retreated behind the marshal's flagship and remained vigilant of their surroundings. More than 20 heavily injured captains also entered the marshal's flagship to circulate their energy to heal their injuries. Dragon subduing general's face was covered in blood as he returned to South conquering marshal's side in a sorry state. This time, Dragon subduing general did not hesitate and said in a solemn tone, "Marshal, I believe that you have seen the methods of Ji Tianqing and the emissary of the divine ruins. They are sinister and despicable, and they have all sorts of schemes and tricks. We have just entered Shenwu continent and have already suffered such heavy losses. You must take action and kill Ji Tianqing and the emissary of the divine ruins for our plan to proceed smoothly." Although Dragon subduing general's words were somewhat accusatory, South conquering marshal did not get angry. He completely put away his contempt and treated Ji Tianqing and the others with caution. Whoosh! He stepped into the sky and looked down at the ruins from above. He then raised his fists and smashed them down fiercely. Boom! Boom! Two dark red fists the size of mountains slammed into the ruins of the ground. Following an earth-shattering explosion, a huge crater appeared in the ground, and endless amounts of dust burst out. The array formations hidden underground were destroyed on the spot. The incomparably powerful impact flattened everything within a radius of 500 miles. Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others who were hiding underground, as well as the emissary of the divine ruins in the sky, were all sent flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The four martial gods, Hei Long, and Qian Yu were all forced to fly into the sky and reveal their true forms. Everyone gathered in the sky and stood in a row, facing the heaven-conquering fleet with a common hatred. Ji Tianqing took out a set of origin stone armor from his spatial ring and handed it to the emissary of the divine ruins. "Senior, I have a set of armor here. Put it on." The armor may not be of excellent quality, but it is made of special materials and has powerful defenses. The emissary of the divine ruins took the armor and looked at it. A look of astonishment flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Isn't this armor made of the black stone that you gave me? Could it be, that the black divine stone is the boundless God stone that South conquering marshal was talking about?" Boundless God stone. Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and smiled. "That's what the heaven-conquering race calls it. We call it an origin stone. It's because of this divine stone that we have the qualifications to intercept the heaven-conquering fleet." Chapter 25-35. The messenger of the divine ruins did not refuse. He knew that this was a special moment, so he did not refuse. He quickly put on the energy stone armor. At the same time, the South conquering marshal looked at everyone with fire in his eyes and roared coldly. "Worms of the human race, you have completely infuriated Benshui. Don't beg for mercy. Only by killing all of you will we be able to answer to our soldiers." The South conquering marshal raised his fists and shot out dozens of dark red fire pillars. They were like giant dragons that shot toward Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, and the others. 16 fire dragons flew across the sky. Their dazzling flames lit up the area. A terrifying suppressive force sealed the area. No one could dodge. They could only use their arts to block it. The colorful divine light collided with the dark red fire dragons, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Bam! 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 The explosion spread across a few thousand miles. Dazzling fragments of divine light burst out and covered the sky. The violent impact sent everyone flying. The black dragon and Qian Yu also fell from the sky and landed on the ground, creating two giant pits. Fortunately, everyone had the energy stone armor to protect them, which neutralized most of the impact. Even though their faces were covered in dust and they looked miserable, they were not seriously injured. However, just as they were about to counterattack, the attacks came one after another. Boom! 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 60 battleships fired at the same time. Thousands of dark red light pillars drowned the crowd. Following a series of loud explosions, the ground within a radius of several hundred miles was blasted into ruins that were filled with ravines and craters. Everyone was sent flying again. They rolled and fell into the ruins. They looked even more miserable. Ji Ku, the messenger of the divine ruins, Qian Yu and the Black Dragon were all injured. Only Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao were unharmed. Before they could recover, the South conquering marshal waved his hands again. More than 20 dark red light blades slashed toward them like giant axes. The 60 battleships also accumulated a vast amount of energy. They were about to shoot out red light beams in the next moment. When she saw this, Yun Yao shouted with a grave expression, "We can't let this continue. We can't fight the Heaven Punisher head-on." As she spoke, she flew into the sky without any regard for her own safety, wielding her 2 swords to meet the Southern Marshal. The power of heaven and earth, the glory of the sun and the moon. Yin and yang and the 5 elements coexist, and the cycle of heaven and earth is endless. Great Qiankuan sword. She murmured expressionlessly. She waved the Source Stone divine sword with both hands and unleashed the most ferocious divine power. She used her ultimate divine technique. Swoosh! Swish! Instantly, the 2 Source Stone divine swords lit up and turned into 5-colored giant swords that were 10 miles long. They slashed towards the South conquering marshal with unparalleled power. Boom! With a deafening sound, the Southern Expedition Marshal's dark red axe was shattered into pieces by the 5-colored giant sword. The power of the 5-colored giant sword didn't decrease as it slashed at the Southern Expedition Marshal. The violent and unparalleled power sent Marshal Nanjinnan flying. He rolled and smashed into the Marshal's flagship behind him. He rolled a dozen times on the deck of the warship before he managed to get rid of the impact and came to a stop. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing, the messenger of the divine ruins, and the others were excited. They looked forward to the battle. No one had expected Yun Yao to be able to unleash the power of the true God realm when she was only a LV9 martial god. However, the next scene caused everyone's hot-bloodedness to die down. Marshal Nanjinnan stood up. He stretched his neck and stretched his limbs before he flew back into the sky. He looked safe and sound. There wasn't a single wound on his body. It was as though Yun Yao's attack was just an itch for him. He looked down at everyone with disdain and sneered, "Ha ha ha ha. A bunch of empty God realm ants. How dare you think you can hurt Benshui? You've overestimated yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands. Red light shot out from his body as he used his ultimate divine technique. Refined Star Break. As he roared, the endless red light that covered the sky condensed into hundreds of dark red sabers that were thousands of feet long. They shot toward everyone like a rain of arrows. Bang! 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 The red light shrouded everything within a few hundred miles. It was chaotic and blurry. No one could see their figures clearly. A series of muffled sounds exploded, reverberating endlessly in the sky, deafening everyone's ears. Yun Yao, Ji Tianqing, Ji Ku, and the messenger of the divine ruins were sent flying again. Qian Yu and He Long were also sent flying. Their injuries were even more serious. There were a few hideous wounds on their bodies and blood was flowing out. Marshal Nanjinnan and the 60 warships were chasing after them and were about to attack again. At the critical moment, Ji Tianqing decisively led everyone to retreat. Don't fight recklessly. Let's retreat first and try to deal with them later. The messenger of the divine ruins also agreed with his decision and said, let's retreat to the ancient viewing platform first. I have a way to deal with them. Hearing this, Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku's eyes lit up. A glimmer of hope surged in their hearts. The old man of the divine ruins has a way to deal with the heaven destroyers. Does he have any other trump cards? He has guarded the divine ruins for thousands of years. His identity is very mysterious. He must have a trump card. As long as the messenger of the divine ruins can stall the heaven destroyers, we can defeat them one by one. With that thought in mind, everyone sped up and flew toward the ancient viewing platform. Swish! 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 Everyone and the two divine beasts ran for their lives. Their figures flickered in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Marshal Nan Zhennan shouted with murderous intent, "Lowly insects, don't even think about escaping from Benshui." As he said that, he waved his hand and ordered the fleet to chase after them. Many captains and heaven destroyers were still worried that there would be more ambushes and traps ahead. But Marshal Nan Zhennan took the lead and charged at the front. He had learned his lesson from before. While chasing, he released his divine sense to explore an area with a radius of 20,000 miles. No formation or ambush could escape the detection of his divine sense. This time, he would definitely not be ambushed again. He would not make the same mistake a third time. Soon, 15 minutes passed. Ji Tianqing, Yin Yao, and the others avoided Marshal Nan Zhennan's attacks and the fleet's bombardment. They finally escaped to the ancient viewing platform. Although the ancient viewing platform had been destroyed and the surrounding mountains had been leveled, only 1,000 miles of ruins were left. But everyone believed in the messenger of the divine ruins and hoped that he would use his trump card. "Senior, how are you going to deal with Marshal Nan Zhennan? And the Heaven Destroyer's fleet?" Everyone flew over the ruins. Ji Tianqing looked at the messenger of the divine ruins and asked. The messenger of the divine ruins hesitated and did not answer. Right at this moment, an icy blue stream of light flew over from the front. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the stream of light arrived. Everyone looked over and saw that within the icy blue brilliance was a white-haired woman in a white dress. It was Fairy Yuqing who had rushed over to help. End of chapter. This book came from Chapter 2536. Seeing Fairy Yuqing appear, everyone was stunned for a moment, and the same thought appeared in their minds. Could the trump card of the messenger of the divine ruins be Fairy Yuqing? But on second thought, this should be impossible. Fairy Yuqing's strength was the same as the messenger of the divine ruins, or even a little weaker. How could she be considered a trump card? Swoosh! In the next moment, Fairy Yuqing flew closer and met up with everyone. "Sorry, I'm late." She nodded to everyone and greeted them. Then, she asked, "How's the situation?" The situation was urgent, so the messenger of the divine ruins did not say much. He only replied, "There are too many of them. We can only avoid them for now and try to deal with them." Fairy Yuqing looked up into the distance and saw a vast black shadow streaking across the sky at lightning speed, chasing after them. Seeing this scene, she could not help but frown with a solemn expression. "There are so many battleships." Ji Tianqing added, "The leader is the Southern Expedition Marshal of the Heaven Punisher race. He has the strength of a true immortal." A true immortal? Fairy Yuqing's pupils constricted, and she could not help but gasp. Before anyone could answer, the Southern Expedition Marshal had already chased after them with his fleet. Boom! 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 Dozens of battleships fired at the same time, blasting out thousands of dark red light pillars that poured down on everyone. Everyone's expression changed, and they hurriedly scattered in all directions, casting spells to dodge. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds exploded, and everyone was sent flying again. Including Fairy Yuqing, everyone was hit by at least a dozen cannons. Their hair was disheveled, and their faces were covered in dust. Everyone's injuries were more serious, and their strength was greatly depleted. Their combat strength began to decline. Before everyone could circulate their energy to suppress their injuries, the Southern Expedition Marshal charged over again. Human worms, no matter how many of you there are, you're still a motley crew. Die! As he roared, the Southern Expedition Marshal turned into a dark red phantom and rushed into the crowd, attacking with his fists and feet. Everyone could only use their ultimate techniques and divine skills to resist with all their might. Boom! Smack! Bang! Bang! Muffled collisions and the sound of divine power collapsing rang out one after another. Everyone fought with the Southern Expedition Marshal. They were constantly sent flying, but they rushed back without any regard for their own safety. Even though Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, the messenger of the divine ruins, and Fairy Yuqing were all quite powerful. The four of them besieged the Southern Expedition Marshal and were barely able to fight to a draw. However, Marshal Zhennan had 60 warships and dozens of captains to help. They had sealed off an area of 800 miles, forming a huge encirclement. Dark red pillars of light and divine art killer moves rained down like a storm, drowning Ji Tianqing and the others. Everyone was attacked from the front and back, unable to hold on any longer. The two sides had only exchanged blows for 100 breaths of time, but their injuries had already worsened. They could only retreat as they fought. Just as the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, a dazzling golden light came from afar. Within the golden light was a middle-aged man wearing armor and holding a heavy sword. It was Marshal God Taihao. As soon as he arrived near the battlefield, he saw dozens of huge warships and dozens of experts of the heaven-punishing race surrounding Ji Tianqing and the others. The tragic situation of the battle caused his heart to burn with worry, and his chest erupted with flames of rage that soared to the sky. He didn't charge into the encirclement. Instead, he charged toward a warship with endless killing intent. Go to hell, you bastard of the heaven-punishing race! Marshal God Taihao roared. He held the heavy sword with both hands and slashed down from the sky. Boom! Crack! The giant golden blade that was 1,000 feet long hit the warship with a thunderous sound. Although the battleship was smashed from the sky and smashed into the ground. However, the warship was unscathed after the giant golden blade exploded. Only a shallow dent was left on the warship. After all, Marshal God Taihao's heavy sword was only a mid-grade Void God Divine Sword, which was the same grade as the warship. This sudden scene caused the other warships to turn pale with fright. The 9 warships nearby all turned around and aimed their cannons at Marshal God Taihao. Boom! 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 The 9 warships fired their cannons at the same time. Thousands of dark red light beams covered Marshal God Taihao. Boom! 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 Although Marshal God Taihao tried his best to dodge, he could only dodge part of the light beams. He was still hit by hundreds of light beams. He was sent flying backward on the spot, tumbling hundreds of miles away. While he was still in midair, his body was already twisted and deformed. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, scattering across the sky. Before he landed, the warship that had crashed to the ground flew back into the sky. The 10 warships locked onto him and shot out thousands of dark red light beams again. Seeing the dark red light beams coming toward him, Marshal God Taihao sensed the great danger of death. His expression changed drastically and his pupils contracted. At the moment of life and death, he could only unleash all his divine power and form a golden light shield around him. He held the divine sword in front of him with both hands. Boom! 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 Another series of loud noises erupted, resounding throughout the universe. Marshal God Taihao's divine light shield shattered. The divine sword in his hand was broken in half. Blood and pieces of flesh splattered all over his body. When he fell from the sky and landed in the ruins, he was severely injured. His body was a bloody mess. His entire left arm was shattered. His legs were broken at the knees. His calves were missing. He crawled in the ruins and used his only arm to support himself. He slowly straightened his body and lifted his bloodied face. Bastards of the Heaven Punishers! Even if we are crushed to pieces, we humans will never yield. Martial God Taihao's eyes were as red as fire. He roared at the top of his lungs. Even though he was not strong enough and his body was damaged, he did not back off. The next moment, more than a dozen warships locked onto him and shot out dark red and purple light beams at the same time. More than 1,600 light beams had been compressed by the divine formation. Their power was twice as strong as before. Boom! 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 The dark red light beams poured down from the sky like raindrops and drowned martial God Taihao. Before he died, he transmitted his voice to Ji Tianqing, the emissary of the ruins of God, and the others. I'll leave the world of 5 elements to you. I've tried my best. When the voice echoed in everyone's minds, they realized martial God Taihao was on the verge of death. The crowd turned around and saw a pillar of light devouring martial God Taihao. Boom! An earth-shattering bang that resounded throughout the universe exploded between heaven and earth, and it was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. The ground within a few thousand miles shook violently. A bottomless pit was left behind. Endless dust and golden blood splattered into the sky. Martial God Taihao had died on the spot. His body and divine soul were shattered and returned to the heavens and earth. Seeing this, everyone was filled with grief and anger. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, the others were surrounded and on the verge of death. Their situation was not any better than his. Even if they wanted to save him, they were powerless. Chapter 25-37. Martial God Taihao had returned to heaven and earth. His physical body and divine soul had been destroyed, leaving only some scattered pieces of armor and broken sword in the ruins. If he had the protection of the Dawn Stone armor, he might have been able to hold on for a while longer and not die so quickly. Unfortunately, he did not manage to break into the encirclement or come into contact with Ji Tianqing and the others. After he died, the dozen or so battleships turned around and aimed at Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, and the others, firing again. Dark red light pillars covered the sky and poured down like a rain of arrows. The mountains and rivers within a radius of 800 miles were blown up countless times, raising a lot of dust and sand. Ji Tianqing, the messenger of the divine ruins, and the others not only had to resist the bombardment of dozens of battleships, but they also had to fight with the Southern Expedition Marshal, General Fu Long, and the others. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dangerous and they could lose their lives at any time. Everyone's injuries became more and more serious. In just a few minutes, they could no longer hold on and could only retreat in a sorry state. Everyone was seriously injured, covered in blood, and their hair was disheveled. Fortunately, they had the protection of the Dawn Stone armor to hold on until now. Otherwise, they would have been blasted into pieces like martial God Taihao. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Everyone supported their seriously injured bodies and retreated into the depths of the mountains. The Southern Expedition Marshal was full of fighting spirit. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. A bunch of chickens and dogs, do you finally understand that the situation is irreversible? In the face of absolute power, all of your despicable tricks have no use at all. Now, you can say your last words. As he roared, the Southern Expedition Marshal led the fleet and followed closely behind Ji Tianqing and the others. The two sides chased for 6,000 miles and came to a majestic and vast mountain range. This mountain range was particularly majestic. There were no trees or plants around, and even the soil was dead gray. It was silent and desolate. The retreating messenger of the divine ruins suddenly stopped and no longer ran. He looked at Ji Tianqing seriously and said in a low voice, "Don't run anymore, it's meaningless." Fairy Yuqing frowned and asked anxiously, "Old man, what do you mean? Are you going to give up?" Ji Tianqing thought for a moment and actually nodded in agreement with the messenger of the ruins of God. He said with a solemn expression, "We are too passive. Even if we continue to run, we will only exhaust ourselves and be killed one by the Southern Expedition Marshal. If they split up, it would be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, the heaven-destroying fleet would leave the ruins of God and slaughter the entire Shenwu continent. No one could stop them. At this juncture, we must think of a way to deal with the heaven-defying fleet. At the very least, we must injure the Southern Expedition Marshal." Hearing his words, everyone fell silent. The emissary of the divine ruins looked behind him coldly, staring at the Southern Expedition Marshal and the heaven-destroying fleet. "Now that things have come to this, I can only use my final trump card to end this calamity." Hearing this, everyone's hearts lit up with hope, and they all looked at him expectantly. However, Fairy Yuqing could hear the solemn and resolute tone of the messenger of the ruins of God. Her heart immediately tightened, and she hurriedly asked, "Old man, what are you trying to do?" The emissary of the ruins of God did not answer. He looked at everyone with a solemn expression and solemnly instructed, "All of you, stay here and defend. No matter what, you have to buy me 100 breaths of time. After 100 breaths, if you are still alive, we will have one." This time, it was not only Fairy Yuqing who felt that something was wrong. Ji Tianqing, Yin Yao, and the others also had a bad premonition. Everyone surrounded the emissary of the ruins of God and asked worriedly, "Senior, what are you trying to do?" "Old man, what do you mean?" The emissary of the ruins of God did not answer. He turned around and flew towards the mountain range not far away, leaving everyone with a desolate and lonely back view. Everyone looked at his back with mixed feelings. Fairy Yuqing could not help but follow him and question in a sad voice. However, the emissary of the ruins of God resolutely moved forward and landed on the peak of the highest mountain. He took out an ancient, dark black stone tablet from his bosom and closed his eyes to begin casting a spell. The stone tablet was only the size of a palm, and there were traces of fractures on the edges. The surface was rough, and there were a few ancient patterns, but they had long been blurred. Anyone could tell that this stone tablet was definitely an ancient item, and it emitted an endless vicissitude aura. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As the emissary of the ruins of God waved his hands, the ancient stone tablet began to spin above his head. Thousands of strands of golden light surged out from the top of the emissary of the ruins of God's head and surged into the ancient stone tablet, causing the stone tablet to light up with golden light and reveal strange and mysterious golden patterns. Seeing him like this, Fairy Yuqing vaguely guessed something. Her heart trembled and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. "No. Old man, stop it." However, the emissary of the ruins of God turned a deaf ear and continued to use his secret technique. In the sky not far away, the Southern Expedition Marshal had already arrived. He waved his hand and shot out more than a dozen giant blades that could split heaven and earth, charging towards Ji Tianqing, Yin Yao, and the others. Further away, 60 battleships were coming over in a grandiose manner. They were dispersing their formation and forming an encirclement. Fairy Yuqing could not delay any longer. She could only turn around with tears in her eyes and face the Southern Expedition Marshal and the heaven-defying fleet. An even more tragic battle immediately began. Bang! 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 The dark red giant axes that could split heaven and earth blasted Ji Tianqing and the others away, causing them to spit out blood. Ji Tianqing flew 30 miles away before he could dissipate the terrifying impact. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His figure flashed and he rushed to a battleship on the side. Swoosh! His body emitted golden light and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a 30-meter-tall giant. This was the ultimate skill of the celestial dragon tyrant body. It increased his combat strength by 5 times and he instantly reached the peak of the martial god realm. He stood above the battleship, holding the sword of burial of heaven with both hands. He roared and slashed down fiercely. Open! The sword of burial of heaven also erupted with golden light that shot into the sky. It formed a giant sword that was thousands of feet long and erupted with destructive power. The pitch-black battleship could not dodge in time and was hit by the giant divine sword on the spot. Kaboom! With a thunderous explosion, the battleship was cut in half by the sword of burial of heaven on the spot. The wreckage of the battleship that was cut in half fell from the sky and smashed into the ruined ground. More than 20 of the hundreds of heaven-defying soldiers in black armor were killed by the giant sword on the spot. The remaining 70 or so people fled from the wreckage of the battleship in a panic and flew into the sky to form a battle formation. They wanted to join forces to deal with Ji Tianqing. However, Ji Tianqing, who was in a frenzy, had already unleashed his maximum strength and slashed with his sword again. Burial of Heaven. As he roared, a pitch-black sword light that was 10 miles long slashed into the crowd. Immediately, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. More than 50 black-armored soldiers were killed in an instant. They died without a complete corpse. The remaining 20 or so people were lucky enough to survive, but they did not escape far before they were killed by Ji Tianqing's sword light. End of chapter. Boundless grey mist surged out from nowhere and filled the heavens and the earth, and it emanated a boundless aura of age and sorrow. From the depths of the ground came a sound that sounded like weeping and complaining. It sounded like the wind, but also like the wailing of an ancient remnant soul. Such a strange scene caused Ji Tianqing and the rest to worry in their hearts. They couldn't help but guess what the envoy of the ruins of God was doing. The South-conquering marshal and the experts of the Heaven Punisher race also slowed down their attacks. They could not help but search around for the source of the abnormal situation. Just as everyone was filled with shock and confusion, the mountains and rivers within a radius of 500 miles began to collapse even more rapidly. Endless smoke and dust rose high into the sky, covering hundreds of miles of land. The South-conquering marshal sensed that something was wrong and quickly released his divine will to search around. Soon, his divine will locked onto the envoy of the ruins of God on the peak of a mountain 300 miles away. After seeing the envoy of the ruins of God's actions and the stone tablet that was as bright as the sun, he finally found the source of the problem. Damn it! What is the envoy of the ruins of God doing? The other insects of the human race are trying to stop Benshui and the fleet's attacks. They seem to be protecting that old bastard. No, Benshui has to stop him. The South-conquering marshal frowned as a cold light flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Ji Tianqing. He unleashed all of his power and punched at Ji Tianqing with both fists. The two of them were too close, and Ji Tianqing had no time to dodge. He could only block with the burial of heaven sword in front of him. Bang, bang. With a muffled sound, Ji Tianqing was sent flying. The South-conquering marshal continued to charge forward towards the envoy of the ruins of God. At this time, Yunyao swung her two swords and used a secret divine art. Two rays of starlight attacked the South-conquering marshal from both sides. Marshal Jinan raised both of his palms and struck out two mountain-like palm shadows at the two cold lights. Kaboom! The starlight and the palms collapsed at the same time and exploded with a powerful force. The South-conquering marshal took the opportunity to rush in front of Yunyao and kicked her away. She spat out blood and smashed into the distance. After clearing the two obstacles, the South-conquering marshal continued to charge towards the envoy of the ruins of God. At this time, the Black Dragon and Qian Yu rushed over and blocked the South-conquering marshal's path with their mountain-like bodies. Without saying a word, Marshal Nan Jinan punched out a few dark red fist shadows and sent the two flying away. Swoosh! With a flash of red light, the South-conquering marshal teleported 200 miles away and appeared in the sky not far from the envoy of the ruins of God. He looked down at the envoy of the ruins of God from above and raised his palms without hesitation and slashed out 2 dark red and purple light blades. At this time, 80 breaths had passed and the envoy of the ruins of God was at the critical moment of casting the spell. He closed his eyes tightly and ignored everything around him as he used all his strength to cast the secret technique. There was no doubt that he had absolute trust in Ji Tianqing, Fairy Yuqing, and the others. In fact, he was already prepared to sacrifice himself. The 2 light blades from the south conquering marshal slashed at him with endless divine power and he didn't even show any signs of dodging. The envoy of the ruins of God was about to be hit by the light blades. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this critical moment, Fairy Yuqing suddenly rushed out from the side. No! She shouted at the top of her lungs and rushed in front of the south conquering marshal with all her strength. She opened her arms and formed a divine art with both hands to control the ice-blue sea god's shield in front of her. Obviously, she would rather block the south conquering marshal's attack head-on to protect the envoy of the ruins of God from being disturbed. Boom! In the next moment, 2 dark red and purple light blades slashed the sea god's shield and exploded with a loud sound that shook the 9 heavens. The 2 light blades collapsed on the spot and the sea god's shield was also smashed into pieces, splashing out thousands of pieces. Fairy Yuqing was also sent flying backward, blood spurting out of her mouth and nose. The sea god's shield was shattered and she also suffered a backlash. Her meridians, organs, and soul were all severely injured. However, she ignored her injuries and after flying backward for 50 miles, she rushed toward the south conquering marshal without any regard for her own safety. The south conquering marshal only had the envoy of the ruins of God in his eyes and he only wanted to kill him as soon as possible. After all, the turbulence between heaven and earth was getting more and more intense. A powerful aura of death came from the depths of the ground, making him more and more uneasy. Seeing Fairy Yuqing rushing over recklessly, he shouted angrily, "Get lost!" As he spoke, the south conquering marshal raised his fists and punched at Fairy Yuqing. Bang! With a dull bang, Fairy Yuqing was hit by the dark red fist light and immediately raised her head to spit out blood. Her divine body was also twisted and deformed. Her chest and abdomen were caved in and her legs were shattered into pieces. End of chapter. Chapter 25-39. Even though Fairy Yuqing was severely injured and her consciousness was blurry, her obsession was deep. No matter what, she had to complete the mission given by the messenger of the divine ruins. With me here, don't even think about taking half a step forward. She raised her blood-stained face and roared in a hoarse voice before rushing towards Marshal Nan again. Even if her legs collapsed and disappeared, her body was deformed, and her entire person was covered in blood. She didn't show the slightest bit of fear or retreat. She resolutely stopped the Southern Expedition Marshal. More than 90 breaths had passed. The wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth, and gray fog covered 800 miles. The aura of death that surged out from the depths of the ground caused this world to be like a frozen domain. It was bone-chilling. On the collapsed ruins, the messenger of the divine ruins had also burned herself. Golden flames surged into the sky, and her body was quickly disappearing. Marshal Nan became more and more anxious, and his heart was burning with worry. The anxiety and fear in his heart were getting stronger and stronger, making him so angry that he almost went crazy. However, Fairy Yuqing desperately blocked in front of him, preventing him from getting close to the messenger of the divine ruins. He finally went berserk and roared hysterically, "Damn bitch, die for me." While roaring, Marshal Nan rushed in front of Fairy Yuqing and raised his fists to punch her. Fairy Yuqing used all her strength to try to dodge the 2 pairs of giant fists. However, she was powerless. She could only watch as the pair of ferocious fists magnified in her eyes. "Old man, I'll take my leave first," she murmured in her heart, and a sad smile bloomed on her blood-stained face. Bang! In the next moment, Marshal Nan's fists, carrying the power to destroy everything, hit her fiercely. With a deafening sound, Fairy Yuqing's body exploded on the spot, turning into hundreds of millions of pieces of flesh and blood that splashed in the sky. The once peerless fairy, the senior martial god who had cultivated for thousands of years, died just like that. Whether it was her physical body or her soul, they were all smashed into powder and returned to the world. The rain of blood also bloomed with a dazzling icy blue brilliance and then disappeared. That was the last light of Fairy Yuqing in the world. Finally, no one could stop Marshal Nan. His eyes were red with anger and he was about to rush over and kill the emissary of the divine ruins. However, 99 breaths of time had passed. When he raised his head to look at the ruins in front of him, he discovered that the emissary of the divine ruins had also disappeared. Within the golden ball of light that was as bright as the scorching sun, the palm-sized black stone tablet seemed to have been weathered. It turned into countless specks of dust and scattered between heaven and earth. The South-conquering marshal was dumbfounded. His body stiffened as he watched this scene. A chill ran down his spine. In the end, he was still a step too late and was unable to stop the emissary of the divine ruins. Even though he didn't know what would happen next. However, he had a strong premonition that what was about to happen was no less than the end of the world or the collapse of stars. At the same time, Ji Tianqing, who was not far away, was also stunned. He stood in the sky with a complicated expression. Just now, he was about to rush over to save Fairy Yuqing and stop Marshal Jinan. However, when he was halfway there, the voice of the messenger of the ruins of God rang out in his mind. It was low, solemn, and mysterious. Ji Tianqing, this old man's mission has been completed. From now on, Shenwu continent is in your hands. Always remember that you must never underestimate the 5 elemental realms. A tree that is tens of thousands of feet tall will eventually rise from its roots. The myriad realms in the heavens are like towering trees. The 3,000 realms are the branches, and the 3 great upper realms are the tree's crown. However, the most special and important thing is the tree's roots. These specious words filled Ji Tianqing with confusion. However, he no longer had the chance to ask the emissary of the ruins of God what these words meant. After saying these words, the emissary of the ruins of God turned into a resplendent golden light and disappeared forever. At this moment, everyone was a little stunned. Ji Tianqing stared at the ruins where the emissary of the ruins of God had disappeared. His heart was filled with complex emotions, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The South-conquering Marshal and General Fu Long stood in the air and looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry. Only the 60 warships, dozens of captains, and thousands of soldiers were immersed in panic. However, they continued to bombard Ji Tianqing and the others even more crazily. Finally, the apocalyptic phenomenon had arrived. Boom! The mountains and rivers that had long since collapsed into ruins suddenly exploded with a loud bang. A gray fog suddenly rushed out from the ground, causing sand and dust to fill the air. In the next instant, the gray fog condensed into a muscular man who was 30 meters tall and wearing divine armor. This figure was formed by the gray fog and was not a corpse. However, it was extremely lifelike. Moreover, this person actually had the strength of a martial god. His entire body emitted a cold aura of death. He held a huge broadsword with both hands and stared at the warships in the sky. He opened his mouth and let out an angry roar. Alien race, die. The South-conquering Marshal and General Fu Long were stunned and frowned. At this moment, a muffled bang sounded from the ruins not far away. A thick gray fog rushed up from the ground into the sky. Chapter 2540. The 3 figures, who were as majestic as mountains and as dignified as gods, stood tall in the sky. The figure on the left was an extraordinarily handsome young man dressed in a long robe. He was dressed like a scholar. The figure on the right was as sturdy as a mountain. He wore heavy armor and carried a heaven-splitting battle axe on his shoulder. He was indescribably valiant and domineering. The figure in the middle was the leader of the three. He was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a dignified face. He wore a luxurious robe and wore an incomparably noble divine crown. His every movement exuded a transcendent aura that seemed to look down on the world and the common people. When he saw these three figures, the Southern Expedition Marshal's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with intense shock. The dragon-subduing general's face was also deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with intense fear. Naturally, Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao, and Ji Ku, who were not far away, were also filled with shock and astonishment. After observing for a while, Ji Tianqing's eyes suddenly flashed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Those three figures all have the aura of Empyrean gods. They are all." No, they were all Empyrean gods when they were alive. Yun Yao immediately frowned and asked doubtfully, "When they were alive?" "Tianqing, you mean, those 600 figures formed by the grey fog are all deceased Empyrean gods and gods?" Ji Tianqing nodded and said solemnly, "That's right. There are a total of 680 powerhouses, and they were all Empyrean gods, true gods, and Empyrean gods of Shenwu continent when they were alive. Looking at their attire, they should be powerhouses from ancient times. Almost every single one of them is an overlord who is in charge of the world." When they heard this, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, Qian Yu, and He Long were somewhat excited, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Ji Ku hurriedly asked, "Brother Tianqing, since these people were all overlords from ancient times, they should have been dead for tens of thousands of years. How can they appear again?" Ji Tianqing sighed and said with a complicated tone, "I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I'm sure that these experts were all summoned by the emissary of the ruins of God. The emissary of the divine ruins had guarded the divine ruins for thousands of years, and the divine ruins was the place where countless martial gods and divine spirits were buried. He didn't know what method the emissary of the ruins of God had used to summon the gods of the ancient times. Unfortunately, the emissary of the divine ruins sacrificed himself and burned into nothingness." He scanned the sky with a burning gaze and looked around before he continued, "Although the 600 overlords were martial gods, true gods, and heaven gods when they were alive, they were still alive. However, they had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Now, only a wisp of consciousness or remnant soul remained. Their true combat strength was only 1/10 of what it was when they were alive, or even less. Simply put, they should be called war souls, the war souls of the primordial age." Yun Yao nodded and said with relief, "Since the ancient fighting soul has appeared, the five-element world can be saved." Ji Ku also nodded slightly and said with relief, "Even if these ancient fighting souls only had 1/10 of their strength when they were alive, there are still 600 of them. However, there are as many as 660 of them, which is enough to destroy the heaven-conquering fleet." Ji Tianqing said with a complicated tone, "However, after this battle, regardless of whether we win or lose, they will vanish into thin air and be completely obliterated." Upon hearing this, Yun Yao and Ji Ku looked very regretful. Their hearts became heavier and more complicated. At this moment, the great battle finally broke out. Standing high in the sky, the emperor-like heaven god War Soul waved his hand and gave an order in a domineering manner. "All gods, listen to my order. Destroy the foreign tribes and leave no one alive." Following his order, the 600 ancient fighting souls in the sky roared in unison. They waved their weapons and launched an attack. Swoosh! 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 Endless grey light blades, giant dragons, array discs, and spear shadows surged toward the heaven-conquering fleet like a flood, drowning dozens of battleships. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was completely covered by a grey fog. It was chaotic. Thousands of heaven-conquering warriors and dozens of captains panicked and launched a counterattack in a flurry. The 60 battleships also fired their cannons randomly and shot out dark red light beams toward the hundreds of ancient fighting souls. Boom! 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 However, the ancient fighting souls were formed by the gray fog and were not made of flesh and blood. Even if they were hit by the dark red light beams and holes appeared in their bodies, they did not feel any pain and continued to charge toward the battleships. Boom! Crack! Crack! Boom! 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 Dozens of ancient fighting souls besieged the battleships one by one and quickly blasted them into pieces. Once the battleships were destroyed, the heaven-conquering warriors and captains who were hiding in them lost their protection. The heaven-conquering warriors in black armor were quickly killed by the ancient fighting souls. They were mercilessly slaughtered. Even the captains who were at the martial god realm could not withstand the attacks of the ancient fighting souls. They were quickly blasted into pieces and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This grand and destructive battle had completely overturned the situation of the battle. Previously, the heaven-conquering tribe had the advantage in numbers and they had almost killed Ji Tianqing and the others. However, the situation was now completely reversed. The number of ancient fighting souls was several times more than the heaven-conquering tribe and they had the upper hand. The heaven-conquering fleet was in a mess. The 60 battleships were separated and destroyed one by one. Seeing this, Marshal Nan Zhennan was enraged. He roared and charged toward the ancient fighting souls. Boom! 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 Marshal Nan Zhennan used his unique skill and threw out dozens of fist radiance and palm shadows. He killed dozens of ancient fighting souls in one blow. The martial god realm ancient fighting souls were blasted into wisps of gray mist and gradually dissipated into the air. After rescuing one of the battleships, Marshal Nan Zhennan teleported to another battleship and killed more than 20 ancient fighting souls with his punches and kicks. This scene was witnessed by the 3 heavenly god-tier fighting souls. The Emperor Fighting Soul who was the leader stared coldly at Marshal Nan Zhennan and ordered in a deep voice, "Kill the leader of the foreign tribes." The scholar and general who were standing on his left and right cupped their fists and obeyed. They immediately charged toward Marshal Nan Zhennan and launched a fierce attack. Marshal Nan Zhennan was entangled and his attacks were blocked. He could not break free from the siege of the 2 heavenly god realm fighting souls. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing, Yin Yao, and Ji Ku did not stay idle. They quickly charged toward Marshal Nan Zhennan. The 3 of them were severely injured and covered in blood. They looked miserable. However, Marshal Nan Zhennan was also severely injured. He was shuttling through the battlefield, trying to escape the siege of the ancient fighting souls. He had just dodged the siege of a few ancient fighting souls and was about to charge toward a battleship. Swoosh! 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 Ji Tianqing, Yin Yao, and Ji Ku suddenly appeared. They surrounded him from 3 directions and launched an attack. Marshal Nan Zhennan, it's time for you to die. Ji Tianqing shouted coldly. He waved the burial of heaven sword and stabbed out. Yin Yao waved her 2 swords and shot out 2 silver stars. Ji Ku also held the origin stone divine spear and stabbed out the burning heaven flame with all his might. Marshal Nan Zhennan's life was on the line. Chapter 2541. At the moment of life and death, General Dragon Subduing was terrified and terrified. His eyes widened in anger as he subconsciously shouted, "Grand Marshal, save me." Given his current condition, he definitely wouldn't be able to block the combined attacks of Ji Tianqing and his wife. Only death awaited him. And on the battlefield, only the South-conquering Marshal was strong enough to save his life. Unfortunately, the South-conquering Marshal was besieged by the scholar and general. He was under pressure to block the attacks and didn't have time to care about anything else. Seeing this, General Dragon Subduing knew that he didn't have long to live. He could only give it his all and fight to the death. Ji Tianqing. I'll fight you to the death. He roared as if he had gone crazy. His entire body ignited with blood flames as he pounced toward Ji Tianqing with both hands holding onto his saber. Heaven-destroying slash. Endless blood flames surged out of the cold, pitch-black saber, condensing into a 5-kilometer-long saber that slashed toward Ji Tianqing. If Ji Tianqing didn't dodge, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. But if Ji Tianqing dodged, General Dragon Subduing would have a chance to live. He was betting. He was betting that Ji Tianqing wouldn't dare to take that attack. However, he immediately realized something. He was wrong. Ji Tianqing turned a blind eye to the giant blood-red blade and slashed down with the Heaven Burier sword with both hands. Boom! Boom! Kaboom! In the next instant, Ji Tianqing, Yin Yao, and Ji Ke's attacks all hit General Dragon Subduing, resulting in 3 earth-shattering explosions. General Dragon Subduing's body collapsed on the spot, exploding into pieces that scattered in the sky. Then, the 5-kilometer-long blood-red saber hit Ji Tianqing squarely. However, it hit Ji Tianqing's shoulder. And he was wearing the energy stone armor, which protected his head and body tightly. Boom! With a loud explosion, the blood-red light blade collapsed and shattered into pieces. Ji Tianqing was also sent flying by the violent force, tumbling dozens of times before coming to a stop. He was only slightly injured. He opened his mouth and coughed a few times. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, the dragon-subduing general paid the price with his life and died just like that. I've finally gotten rid of this thorn in my side. It was worth it. Ji Tianqing raised his hand to wipe off the blood on his face and murmured coldly. At this time, Yin Yao and Ji Ke flew to his side and said with concern, "Tianqing, your injuries are too serious. We should retreat. Brother Tianqing, leave this to the ancient fighting soul. Let's retreat to a safe place." Ji Tianqing looked around and saw the scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere in the misty gray world. Even though the number of ancient fighting souls was decreasing rapidly. At any moment, there would be people disintegrating into gray mist and vanishing on the spot. However, the casualties of the heaven-conquering fleet were even more severe. The wreckage of the battleships and the remains of the heaven-conquering fleet's soldiers could be seen everywhere on the ground that had turned into ruins. In the sky, there were only slightly more than 20 battleships that were still intact. In such a short period of time, the ancient fighting souls had destroyed more than 30 battleships and killed more than 3,000 heaven-conquering fleet soldiers. Even Ji Tianqing was shocked by this result. He turned to look at Yun Yao and Ji Ke and said in a serious tone, "The two of you should retreat far away. You don't have to participate in the battle anymore. Just kill the escaping heaven-conquering fleet members." The 2 girls looked worried and asked in unison, "What about you?" Ji Tianqing said in a serious tone, "I can't leave yet. I have to take this opportunity to use the ancient fighting souls to kill the southern conquering fleet marshal. This person is a true god. If we don't kill him, there will be endless trouble in the future." Yin Yao and Ji Ke hurriedly said, "All right, we'll stay and deal with him with you." Ji Tianqing shook his head and persuaded them, "You're already at the end of your rope. Your injuries are so serious. If you don't retreat now, your divine Tao foundation will be affected." The 2 girls could not persuade him. They could only follow his instructions and quickly retreat from the battlefield. They only stopped when they were a few hundred miles away. Seeing that the 2 of them were safe, Ji Tianqing held the sword of burial of heaven and silently charged toward the southern conquering fleet marshal. "Damn bastards! Benshui will definitely annihilate all of you who refuse to die." The southern conquering fleet marshal cursed as he fought with the 2 ancient fighting souls. During this period of time, the 2 of them had already exchanged more than 1,000 blows. The southern conquering fleet marshal had been forced to retreat more than 100 miles. Moreover, His armor was already damaged. His body was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing profusely. The scholar and general were silent. They focused on attacking and swore to kill the southern conquering fleet marshal in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, they were only ancient fighting souls. The power of the grey fog was very limited. They could not use heaven and earth, the 5 elements, and various divine powers. Moreover, as time passed, their combat power gradually weakened. The southern conquering fleet marshal realized this and did not fight with the 2 ancient fighting souls. He kept moving around and fighting. Finally, Ji Tianqing seized an opportunity and attacked decisively. Sword through heaven. He teleported behind the southern conquering fleet marshal. Chapter 2542. Die. The ancient fighting soul in the emperor's attire bellowed in anger. He descended from the sky with a huge grey mist sword in his hands and slashed at Marshal Nan. Marshal Nan was defending himself from the attacks of the scholar and general and had no time to dodge the attack of the emperor's fighting soul. Boom! Crack! With a deafening explosion, the southern expedition marshal was sent flying on the spot. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. He flew for more than 100 miles before he managed to neutralize the impact and stopped in the sky. Before he could counterattack, the emperor's fighting soul charged at him again with his sword and slashed out a huge number of grey shadows. The scholar and general followed closely behind and attacked the southern expedition marshal without caring about anything else. Both parties fought in the sky and caused the sky to crumble and the ground to crack as grey mist filled the sky. Ji Tianqing took the opportunity to attack one battleship after another. With the indestructible sword of burial of heaven, he slashed many battleships in half and smashed them into pieces. A large number of soldiers in black armor flew out from the wreckage of the battleships and fell into the sky. Soon, they were drowned by the ancient fighting souls. After a few minutes, the remaining dozen battleships were destroyed by Ji Tianqing. The heaven-defeating fleet was about to be destroyed. There were only over 1,000 soldiers in black armor and more than 30 captains who were still putting up a desperate struggle. The number of ancient fighting souls had decreased by more than 200. Ji Tianqing charged forward without any regard for his own safety. He fought a bloody battle in the sky, vowing to kill everyone in the heaven-conquering fleet before the ancient war spirit perished. Swoosh! A dazzling golden sword radiance shone into the crowd and gave off a dazzling brilliance. More than 20 soldiers in black armor were smashed into pieces by the sword radiance and blood splattered all over the sky. Bam! 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 Ji Tianqing executed a draconic elephant divine fist. The mountain-sized draconic elephant phantoms immediately bombarded more than 30 black-armored warriors. The soldiers in black armor exploded and were smashed into pieces. Swish! 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 The god-slaying flying dagger turned into a ray of golden radiance and shuttled through the sky under the control of Ji Tianqing's spiritual thought. The golden light pierced through one black-armored warrior after another, piercing through their chests with unerring accuracy. An incomparably violent power exploded within the bodies of the black-armored warriors, blasting their bodies into smithereens. Similar scenes continued to play out in the sky. As time passed, the number of soldiers and captains of the heaven-conquering army dwindled. Finally, half an hour passed. There were only over 300 black-armored warriors, 8 silver-armored captains, and close to 100 ancient war souls left. The heaven punishers were utterly defeated. The 8 captains and the many black-armored warriors were all covered in wounds, unable to hold on any longer. The battle intent in their hearts was extinguished. They only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible and save their lives. However, how could Ji Tianqing give up? He took the lead and chased after them, unleashing all kinds of ultimate skills with all his might. The ancient fighting souls also whizzed over and chased after the heaven-conquering warriors. The two sides chased each other for a quarter of an hour before the battle gradually came to a stop. All the black-armored warriors were killed, and the 8 captains were also blasted into smithereens, dying without a complete corpse. At this point, only the Southern Expedition Marshal was left of the heaven-destroying fleet that invaded the Five Elements world. The number of ancient fighting souls had also decreased to over 30. Moreover, these ancient fighting souls' bodies were all broken. The gray fog was thin, and their strength was constantly draining. Their mission had been completed and they were about to dissipate. Ji Tianqing's gaze swept across the ancient fighting souls. He did not see a trace of depression or pain. The ancient fighting souls' expressions revealed a relieved and gratified expression. It was obvious that they did not care about their own survival at all. As long as they could expel the foreign enemies and protect the Five Elements world, they would be satisfied. After all, they had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Ji Tianqing was a little emotional. He thought to himself, what kind of world is the Five Elements world? What charm does it have to be able to make the ancient gods so loyal to protect it? No one could answer this question. He could only wait for a chance in the future to solve the mystery himself. He quickly collected his thoughts and flew high into the sky. In the sky thousands of miles away, the 3 ancient fighting souls were still besieging the Southern Expedition Marshal. The sky was dark and the earth was dark. The gray fog covered the sky and the earth, covering a radius of 3,000 miles and emitting a cold aura of death. Ji Tianqing came closer and realized that the figures of scholar and general were already blurred. Their bodies were also broken and incomplete. There was no doubt that their strength had been greatly weakened and they were not far from death. Even so, they were still fearless and did not retreat at all. They still attacked without caring about their own safety, causing great pressure to the Southern Expedition Marshal. The ancient fighting soul's body was also thin and its strength was constantly overflowing. However, it was still domineering. It used both its fists and sword to launch a fierce attack. Its moves were bold and powerful. The Southern Expedition Marshal was completely suppressed by it and was forced to retreat. His entire body was covered with hideous wounds, revealing many broken bones. Blood kept gushing out. Even his heaven-fighting wings were torn with more than 10 cracks and more than 20 holes. Its power was greatly reduced. As Ji Tianqing arrived and joined the battle with the Sword of Burial of Heaven, the Southern Expedition Marshal could not hold on anymore. Ji Tianqing used the same trick again. He still hid his aura and hid in the dark to look for an opportunity. When the time was right, he suddenly appeared and launched a fatal attack. Absolute shadows of 10 directions. Life-rising sword. The illusory sword seemed to fly from the sky with dazzling golden light and endless divine power. The Southern Expedition Marshal had just been pushed back by the ancient fighting soul and was rolling in the sky. When Ji Tianqing's superb sword attack came, he sensed that something was wrong. However, it was too late for him to dodge. Bam! With a dull explosion, the sword light pierced through the heaven-fighting wings and pierced through the Southern Expedition Marshal's ribs. The incomparably violent power tore 2 huge gaps in the heaven-fighting wings, extending long and narrow cracks. 2 huge bloody holes appeared on the Southern Expedition Marshal's ribs as well. Shards of flesh and blood splattered out and scattered in the sky. Naturally, his internal organs were also severely injured and were crushed by the sword light. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain caused the Southern Expedition Marshal to raise his head and roar, letting out a mournful howl. Ji Tianqing! It's you again, you bastard! You despicable bastard! What else can you do other than sneak attack? The Southern Expedition Marshal flew backward for hundreds of miles before he could stand still. He glared at Ji Tianqing and roared hysterically. Ji Tianqing looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, "It's enough to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward the Southern Expedition Marshal. He waved the sword of burial of heaven and stabbed the Southern Expedition Marshal. The three ancient fighting souls also rushed forward and surrounded the Southern Expedition Marshal. They launched a fierce attack. The Southern Expedition Marshal was at the end of his rope. His strength was extremely weak. He tried his best to hold on for a while and found a chance to counterattack. He defeated the scholar and the general. The two ancient fighting souls were destroyed on the spot. They turned into endless gray fog and disappeared from the world. Chapter 2543. After the two war souls were destroyed, the Southern Expedition Marshal was only left with Ji Tianqing and the Emperor War Soul. Although the pressure on the Southern Expedition Marshal was greatly reduced. His energy was almost depleted and he could not turn the tables. Kaboom! He used all his strength and clashed head-on with the Emperor War Soul. There was a thunderous explosion and a destructive shockwave. The sky was torn apart and a pitch-black crack that was dozens of miles long appeared. Endless heavenly fire and astral winds poured down like a flood, drowning the Southern Expedition Marshal and the Emperor War Soul. The Southern Expedition Marshal's left arm was shattered, and his chest caved in, revealing a cluster of broken bones. The Emperor War Soul was also severely injured. Its body became thinner and its energy was greatly weakened. It could only hold on for another 15 minutes at most before it died. However, the Southern Expedition Marshal could not hold on for that long. Ji Tianqing. It's all thanks to you that this marshal ended up like this. The Southern Expedition Marshal stared at Ji Tianqing with hatred and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Ben Shuai will remember today's humiliation forever. If I don't tear you into pieces, Ben Shuai will not have the face to continue living in this world. I'll let you live today. When Ben Shuai comes to the Five Elements world again, it will be your death. Ben Shuai, remember this. Everything in the Purple Cloud Star Zone is the heaven-conquering territory. The Five Elements world is no exception." After saying this, the Southern Expedition Marshal turned around without hesitation and entered the crack in space. He held a few pitch-black dawn stones in his left hand and an ancient tether sky plate in his right. He activated the power of the tether sky plate. Swoosh! The tether sky plate gave off a dazzling red light and released a powerful energy wave. The Southern Expedition Marshal entered the tether sky plate and sped through the heavenly wind and fire layer. He was as fast as a shooting star. With the protection of the tether sky plate, the Southern Expedition Marshal successfully passed through the void storm and heavenly fire and headed straight for the golden light barrier thousands of miles away. He was already severely injured and could not continue fighting with Ji Tianqing. Otherwise, he would be in danger of dying. His top priority right now was to escape from the Five Elements world and return to the Purple Cloud Star. Seeing that Marshal Zhennan was running away, Ji Tianqing did not hesitate to rush into the heavenly wind fire layer and started to chase after him. However, a dense void storm surged over and blocked his path. At the same time, the raging heavenly flames rushed over like a flood, slowing down his flying speed. Even though he had a special divine body and wasn't afraid of being eroded by the heavenly fire and the astral wind, he still couldn't do anything. However, it was difficult for him to move in the heavenly astral wind fire layer. He could not increase his speed and could not catch up to the tether void plate. Damn it! Where did he get so many origin stones? Ji Tianqing gnashed his teeth in hatred, a cold light flashing in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he had used 300 origin stones to set up the divine formation on the ancient gazing platform. Later on, the ancient gazing platform was destroyed by the heaven-conquering fleet, and the divine formation was also shattered. Many origin stones were scattered all over the place. He didn't want the origin stones to fall into the hands of the heaven punishers, so he had only managed to retrieve 100 or so origin stones. There were still more than 100 left, and they were all scattered among the ruins. Marshal Jinan was here for the origin stones, so he naturally would not let go of them. When he thought of this, Ji Tianqing understood the reason, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Damn it! If I can't kill Marshal Jinan this time, I won't have another chance in the future. He was filled with anxiety and worry as he tried his best to increase his speed, traveling through the heavenly astral wind fire layer. However, even if he exploded with his fastest speed, he could not catch up to the tether void plate. When he was still 2,000 miles away from the golden light barrier, the tether void plate had already reached it. Under Marshal Jinnan's control, the tether void plate spun rapidly, like a giant blood-red gear, and slammed into the golden light barrier. Kaboom! With a loud explosion, the golden light barrier was broken by the tether void plate, and a 1,000-foot-long, 10-meter-wide ravine appeared. Whoosh! The tether void plate successfully passed through the ravine, leaving the five elements world and entering the dark, cold void. Marshal Jinnan was temporarily out of danger, but he did not dare to relax. He madly absorbed the energy of the origin stones and desperately activated the tether void plate, exploding with extreme speed as he sped through the void. Ji Tianqing did not give up. He passed through the ravine in the golden light barrier and chased into the void. However, he was still too slow and could not catch up to the tether void plate. Instead, he was left further and further behind. An hour later, he had chased for 80,000 miles before the tether void plate finally shook him off. The two were tens of thousands of miles apart. No matter how hard Ji Tianqing tried, he could not catch up. Moreover, he was heavily injured and had used up all of his divine power. If he continued to chase in the void, he might very well use up all of his energy and fall into a desperate situation. Moreover, the ravine in the tether void plate would close soon. Helpless, Ji Tianqing could only suppress his anger and unwillingly give up the chase. He stood in the void with a pale face, watching the tether void plate disappear into the darkness before turning around and flying back to the five elements world. Whoosh! Before the ravine closed, Ji Tianqing passed through the golden light barrier and returned to the five elements world. He passed through the heavenly wind and fire layer and returned to the ruins of God, appearing on the battlefield. The world was still filled with wisps of gray fog. However, all 660 war souls had disappeared. Even the ancient war soul in the emperor's attire had died long ago. Ji Tianqing stood high in the sky and looked down at the vast land within a few thousand miles. A strong sense of desolation rose in his heart. It's all over. He muttered silently. His expression and tone were rather bleak. Although the human race had won and destroyed the invading heaven-destroying fleet and severely injured the southern expedition marshal. However, Ji Tianqing could not feel happy. He even felt a little sad. After all, Fairy Yuqing had sacrificed herself and Marshal God Taihao had died in battle. In order to summon the ancient war souls, the emissary of the ruins of God had also burned his divine body and divine soul and sacrificed his life. Now, only he, Yin Yao, Ji Ku, Qian Yu, and Black Dragon were still alive. Moreover, like everyone else, he had suffered extremely heavy injuries. If he did not go into seclusion to recuperate in time, he was afraid that there would be future troubles. Not long after, two rays of light, one blue and one red, flew over from afar. It was Yun Yao and Ji Ku. The two of them landed beside Ji Tianqing and sized him up with concern. Seeing that his injuries were serious, but his life was not in danger, the two of them were slightly relieved. Tianqing, your injuries are too serious. Quickly return to the Divine Pagoda to recuperate. Although the Southern Expedition Marshal escaped, we destroyed the heaven-destroying fleet and protected the five elements world again. The sacrifices of Senior Fairy Yuqing, and Marshal God Taihao were all worth it. Ji Tianqing nodded slightly. Yun Yao continued, just now, we cleaned up the battlefield and found the relics of Senior Fairy Yuqing and Senior Fairy Yuqing. After we heal, I will send Fairy Yuqing's relics back to Yuqing heaven. Moreover, we will build a mausoleum for the three martial gods on this battlefield and write down their achievements on the tombstones for future generations to worship. Chapter 2544. Moments later, Ji Tianqing summoned the small golden tower and brought everyone back into the divine tower. Everyone entered the distorted spacetime on the 6th floor and went into seclusion to recuperate. Although everyone's injuries were quite severe, to the point where their lives were in danger, and their power was almost depleted, they still had plenty of resources. They even had a large number of origin stones at their disposal. As time passed, everyone's injuries gradually improved, and their divine power quickly recovered. The outside world was peaceful. Shenwu continent was as peaceful as ever, and it had not been affected in any way. In fact, no one knew about the great battle that had taken place in the ruins of God. Moreover, no one could have imagined that there had once been a peerlessly valiant heaven-destroying fleet that had invaded the Five Elements world in a grandiose manner. The two remaining martial gods of the Five Elemental realm had sacrificed their lives for this cause. It wasn't until a month later that news spread from the boundless divine kingdom. Martial god Taihao had fought a fierce battle with the fleet in the ruins of God in order to resist the invasion of the heaven-conquering army. In the end, he had died in battle. When this news spread, the entire Shenwu continent was shaken, and the three divine kingdoms were in an uproar. Countless martial artists were shocked, and the martial arts world was abuzz with discussion. The citizens of the boundless divine kingdom were all covered in mourning, and they were all grieving. At the same time, news of the invasion of the heaven-conquering army and the sacrifice of the human race's martial god spread throughout the continent. Only then did the people of the various races realize that the peace and tranquility in their eyes had been exchanged with the blood and lives of the martial gods. In this world, how could there be peace and tranquility? It was just that there were people moving forward in places that no one could see. 3 months later, Shenwu continent regained its peace. News of the great battle and the fall of the three martial gods gradually died down. At this time, Ji Tianqing and the others had already been in seclusion in the divine tower for 12 years. Everyone's injuries had completely healed, and their divine power had also recovered to its peak. Thus, Ji Tianqing personally went to the boundless divine kingdom to announce a decree. Martial god Taihao had fallen and sacrificed himself to protect Shenwu continent. This merit and virtue should be a model for all martial artists in the world, and the people of the future would remember it for all eternity. However, the survival of the boundless divine kingdom required a wise ruler to inherit the throne and maintain the unity of the kingdom and protect its 10 billion citizens. Thus, the seventh godchild, Taihao Yunqi, would inherit the throne and become the boundless divine kingdom's second divine lord. After this decree was issued, everyone in the divine nation obeyed it. All the people knew that the seventh god's child was honest and benevolent. He was the perfect candidate for a wise ruler. Moreover, the seventh god child had a close relationship with martial god Tianqing, and was greatly appreciated and cared for by martial god Tianqing. Most importantly, it was an order from martial god Tianqing. Martial god Tianqing was the #1 powerhouse in the world, and he was also a great hero who had saved Shenwu continent multiple times. Who would dare to disobey his golden words and jade words? Even though the few brothers of Taihao Yunqi were unhappy with the decree and were against it, they were still unwilling to accept it. After all, those divine sons were also very outstanding and talented. They also had their own forces and wings. However, they did not dare to openly refute him, let alone criticize Ji Tianqing's decision. After all, Ji Tianqing was the embodiment of justice, and he was also the protector of Shenwu continent and the Five Elements realm. If anyone was stupid enough to resist him, they would be cutting themselves off from the people of the divine nation and would be attacked by all the martial artists in the world. This matter was thus decided. Before the Taihao divine nation could stir up any unrest, it regained its calm. Half a month later, martial god Tianqing personally arrived at the central region of the ruins of God with Yun Yao and Ji Ku. Under martial god Tianqing's orders, the 800 Earth Spirit craftsmen used only 3 days and 3 nights to build a magnificent mausoleum on the ruins of the gazing ancient platform. Within the mausoleum were the relics of the emissary of the ruins of God, Fairy Yuqing, and martial god Taihao. On the 1,000-meter-tall stone tablet, the life stories and achievements of the 3 martial gods were engraved. Rows of flamboyant and majestic words were personally written and engraved by Ji Tianqing with the sword of burial of heaven. After the mausoleum was built, Ji Tianqing personally set up a divine formation to protect the mausoleum from being damaged. In this way, the mausoleum would exist forever, standing tall on the ruins of the battlefield for future generations to admire for 1,000 years. After settling this matter, Ji Tianqing tried to use all sorts of methods to search for clues about the graveyard of the gods. After all, the emissary of the ruins of God had fallen, and there was no one left to guard the graveyard of the gods. Before his death, he had never entrusted anything related to the graveyard of the gods. With the appearance of the ancient war spirit, Ji Tianqing believed that the graveyard of the gods was hiding a huge secret. He really wanted to find the entrance to the graveyard of the gods and solve this mystery. Unfortunately, the graveyard of the gods seemed to have disappeared, but it also seemed to exist in a different space. Even though Ji Tianqing searched the surrounding 50,000 kilometers and probed 10,000 kilometers into the ground with his divine sense, he still could not find any clues. Regretfully, he could only temporarily put this matter aside and think about it in the future. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Every day, cultivators from all over the continent would arrive at the gazing ancient platform and kowtow before the mausoleum to pay respects to the 3 martial gods. The life stories of the 3 martial gods also spread throughout the Shenwu continent. At this time, a major event occurred in the Jiutian 10 Absolutes Tower. It was an extremely joyous occasion. Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao's child, which had been in Yun Yao's womb for over 100 years, had finally been born. When Chen Chen and Yaya were born, the sun in the sky was as bright as gold, and multicolored auspicious clouds had gathered for millions of kilometers. There were also phantoms of 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes that danced around the sun. Such an earth-shattering, unprecedented phenomenon of heaven and earth lasted for 3 whole days before it dissipated. During these 3 days, the golden sun did not set, and day and night were indistinguishable. Half of the people on the Shenwu continent were able to see this miracle, and they were extremely excited. Legends of the dragons and phoenixes began to spread among the commoners and the martial world. Such an unprecedented phenomenon of heaven and earth was the pinnacle of auspicious omens. Billions of commoners and cultivators believed that this was the will of the heavens. This proved that the Shenwu continent and the 5 elements realm were blessed by the heavens and would prosper for a long time. After this event, news spread from the ruins of God. It turned out that the birth of God Tianqing Yun Yao's child had caused this auspicious omen. At that moment, the entire Shenwu continent was in an uproar. Everyone was ecstatic, and they excitedly spread the news. All the empires and martial arts forces sent their envoys to Sky Pillar Mountain with their most precious gifts to congratulate Li Mu. The Huanglong Daoist and the disciples of Tianzhu Mountain also happily held a feast to celebrate the birth of the divine children. For a moment, the entire Shenwu continent was immersed in joy. All cultivators and commoners, regardless of race, nation, or power, sincerely congratulated and celebrated the birth of the child. This could be said to be a true celebration for the entire continent. However, Ji Tianqing and his wife, as well as the 2 children, did not appear. No one knew that the noble, intelligent, and courageous god Tianqing was currently fretting over the names of his 2 children. He had no other choice, as the 2 children were freaks that had never been seen before. The moment they were born, the heavens had sent down an extremely auspicious phenomenon. If he did not give them indomitable and awe-inspiring names, then he would be letting down their powerful backgrounds. End of chapter. Chapter 25-45. In the Twisted Space. Yun Yao, who was dressed in white, was leaning on the white jade bed in a relaxed posture. She was frowning as if she was thinking about something. Two delicate and cute babies wrapped in swaddling clothes were lying side by side beside Yun Yao. Ji Tianqing stood beside the jade bed and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. He was in a state of contemplation. After a while, Ji Tianqing stopped and said with a bitter smile, "Sigh, it's really a pity that we don't have enough knowledge when it's time to use it. I've thought about it and thousands of names have popped up in my mind, but none of them are suitable for our children." Yun Yao frowned slightly and said earnestly, "Tianqing, I've thought about it for a long time and I have an idea in mind." Go ahead." Ji Tianqing nodded and looked at her with shining eyes. Yun Yao said in a solemn tone, "Chen Chen and Yaya were born after 100 years of gestation. On the day of their birth, they even caused the auspicious omen of 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes. It's the pinnacle of the world. From ancient times until now, there hasn't been such a lucky person. As the saying goes, when the moon is full, it will be in the opposite direction. If you give them arrogant and domineering names, such as Ji Wudi, Ji Lingtian, Ji Tsangqiong, etc. I'm very worried that the 2 children are so young and can't bear such a great blessing. So, I think we don't have to worry about this matter. Let's give them as ordinary names as possible." Ji Tianqing thought for a while and nodded slightly. Yao, what you said makes sense. How about this, I'll write down all the names that I thought of before. We'll use the method of drawing lots to decide the names of the 2 children. As for what they'll be called, it'll be up to the will of the heavens. What do you think? Yun Yao thought for a while and nodded. That's good too. Let's leave it to the heavens to decide. Then, Ji Tianqing waved his hand and shot out 6 rays of golden light. They condensed into golden mirrors and floated in the air. Every golden mirror had a name on it. It couldn't be seen from the outside. Only by opening the golden mirror could one see it. Ji Tianqing pointed at the golden mirror of 6 paths and said, Yao, there are 6 names here, all suitable for Yaya. You pick one for her." Yun Yao glanced at those golden mirrors. After hesitating for a while, she waved her hand and picked up a golden mirror. With a flick of her finger, she opened the golden mirror. Instantly, 3 golden words appeared. Ji Wu Shuang. Yun Yao stared at the 3 characters with a joyful expression. She read aloud, Ji Wu Shuang. From now on, our daughter will be called Ji Wu Shuang. Ji Tianqing was also quite satisfied. He nodded and said, although Wu Shuang is domineering, it is the decision of the heavens, which proves that Yaya is blessed. She is our daughter and the most precious pearl in our palm. Naturally, she is unparalleled and unique in the world. Then, he shot out 6 more golden lights, which condensed into 6 golden mirrors and flew into the air. The names in these 6 golden mirrors are suitable for boys. Yao, you pick one for Chen Chen. Yun Yao didn't hesitate this time. She waved her hand and picked up a golden mirror, opening it. Then, 3 more golden words flew out. Ji Wuhan. Yun Yao stared at the golden words and murmured the 3 words Ji Wuhan. She nodded slightly and said, this name is good. Although it is not as domineering as Wu Shuang, it will not affect Chen Chen's fortune. Ji Tianqing smiled and nodded. The affairs of the world are unpredictable and full of ups and downs. Life is full of all kinds of tastes and little joy. But I ask for no worries and no hatred. Everything will be according to my heart. Yun Yao reached out and picked up the sleeping Chen Chen. A smile appeared on her pretty face, suffused with motherly radiance. She murmured in a low voice, Chen Chen, you will be called Ji Wuhan from now on. We know very well that the world is dangerous and martial arts are difficult. If we want to reach the peak, we must endure all kinds of hardships. But we don't ask for you to rule the world in the future. We only ask that you can grow up healthily, be happy and worry-free, and live a peaceful life. The names of the two children were thus decided. Ji Tianqing and Yunyao were no longer conflicted. Although the two babies were often in a state of deep sleep. However, within their small bodies, there was an unparalleled amount of magic power. They had just been born, and they already possessed magic power comparable to that of a martial saint. The most important thing was that the aptitudes and innate gifts of the two children were unique and perfect. They were born with spotless divine bodies, and their bodies and spirits were untainted by any impurities. They were also impervious to poison. It was not an exaggeration to say that, with their innate gifts and comprehension, they could learn any technique in one go. They could even draw inferences about other techniques and master them through a comprehensive study. In a few years at most, when they were about 6 years old, they would begin to cultivate. By then, they would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Over the next few years, Shenwu continent regained its peace and tranquility. Yunyao continued to take care of the two children. In her free time, she would cultivate in seclusion and try to break through to the realm of true gods. Ji Tianqing often cultivated in seclusion in the distorted spacetime. After more than 100 years of bitter cultivation, he had finally reached the peak of the martial god realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the realm of true gods. However, even after he left the divine tower and entered the ruins of God, the laws of heaven and earth still did not descend. Without being tempered by the laws of heaven and earth, he naturally could not break through to the realm of true gods. Ji Ku, Qianyu, and the Black Dragon had cultivated in the distorted spacetime for more than 100 years, and they had all reached the 9th level of the martial god realm. As for the White Dragon, he was in the hidden dragon abyss, guarding the sea of lava and supervising the humans in the earth's core to excavate origin stones. However, he did not fall behind in his cultivation. Every year, he would return to the distorted spacetime and cultivate in seclusion for a long time. In addition to his innate gifts and comprehension, he had also recovered to the 9th level of the martial god realm. In the summer of the 4th year, the Jin Shan king suddenly sent a message asking to see Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing entered the sword world to take a look and found that the Jin Shan king had already completed his mission. The Jin Shan king and the entire Earth Spirit tribe's craftsmen had spent many years of hard work and energy to finally create a pitch-black origin stone divine ship that was 9,000 feet long. This divine ship was completely made of origin stones, and its quality surpassed that of a true god. The divine ship's lines were elegant and smooth, and its appearance was mysterious and special. It was like a divine sword that stood between heaven and earth and suppressed the ancient times. On the surface, it looked like a 9,000 feet long battleship. However, in reality, the size of the battleship could be changed at will, and the internal space could be expanded by 100 times. Just like the alternate space, it could even fit a mountain range that was 10,000 miles long. After Ji Tianqing checked the divine ship carefully, he was very satisfied and pleased. He rewarded the Jin Shan king and the Earth Spirit tribe's craftsmen heavily. He personally named this battleship the Tianqing battleship. One day later, Ji Tianqing took the Tianqing battleship and returned to the distorted spacetime. Next, he put aside everything and focused on performing divine skills to add restriction arrays to the battleship. 1 year had passed in the outside world, but he had been busy in the distorted spacetime for 50 years. He had used 50 years to add 99 restriction arrays to the battleship. Among them, there were more than 30 offensive divine arrays, more than 30 defensive divine arrays, and more than 30 functional ones. With the 99 restriction arrays, the power of the Tianqing battleship had increased by several times, and its functions had also increased. From then on, Ji Tianqing could use this divine ship to travel freely in the starry sky and travel through the universe. Chapter 2546. Unknowingly, 5 years had already passed. During these 5 years, Shenwu continent's development had become increasingly prosperous, and it was on the verge of returning to its former glory. The 3 divine kingdoms were stable, and their systems were sound. There were basically no major issues that the divine masters needed to worry about. Dark North Mountain had completely declined. The few surviving demons had all hidden themselves in dangerous places and suffered in torment. They no longer dared to show their faces in public. Tianzhu Mountain was also rapidly expanding, and its development was extremely prosperous. In fact, Tianzhu Mountain's power had even surpassed what it had been 1,000 years ago. After the Huanglong Daoist had become a martial god, he had taken over the position of sect master and commanded great authority. He now had more than 20,000 disciples, 500 tribes and cities under his control, and more than 300 million people. On the other side, Chen Chen and Yiya were also 5 years old. The 2 children were growing up healthily. Chen Chen resembled Yun Yao in that he was exceptionally handsome and had a noble and divine temperament. Yiya's appearance was more like Ji Tianqing's. Not only was she very beautiful, but she was also very clever and cute. As the 2 of them gradually grew up, they gradually displayed unparalleled talent and intelligence. Although they had not yet begun to cultivate, they had only learned the languages of the various races and understood the customs and culture of the 5 elements realm. However, they had photographic memories, and their small brains could hold information that was as deep as the ocean without a trace of confusion. Even their personalities were gradually being revealed. Chen Chen had been handsome and cold since he was young. He did not speak much, but he was very calm and wise. Yiya was a natural beauty, and she would definitely grow up to be like Yun Yao and be known as the world's #1 beauty. Her personality was kind, lively, and cute. She was also a little eccentric, and she would often say things that made people laugh. The 2 children were so perfect and cute that Yun Yao and Ji Ku were very gratified and loved them dearly. Ji Tianqing was the same. He treated the 2 children as the most precious treasures in his life, and he took good care of them. This was especially true for his daughter, Yiya, who loved to pester him. She would be mischievous whenever she had nothing to do, and she would even beg for mercy afterwards. It did not matter how ambitious Ji Tianqing was or how decisive he was when he killed people outside. When he saw his daughter crying, his blood would immediately melt, and he would turn into a doting demon. Everything seemed to be perfect. Regardless of whether it was Ji Tianqing's family, friends, or children, or the situation on Shenwu continent, everything was progressing in a positive direction. However, in the depths of Ji Tianqing's heart, there was a hidden worry that he couldn't get rid of. As Chen Chen and Yaya continued to grow and become so perfect and adorable, Ji Tianqing's worries grew stronger and stronger. He would often recall the ruthless words left behind by the Southern Expedition Marshal before he escaped from the 5 Elements world. He was very clear in his heart that the Southern Expedition Marshal would not let this matter rest. Sooner or later, he would come back again. After all, the Southern Expedition Marshal had seen the miraculous effects of the origin stones and understood the uniqueness and power of the 5 Elements world. When the Southern Expedition Marshal recovers from his injuries and reinvigorates the 5 Elements world, it will be the true end of the world. At that time, the Southern Expedition Marshal would definitely bring more experts and a stronger fleet. Not only did he want to invade the 5 Elements world and seize the origin stones, but he also wanted to kill all the martial gods. Ji Tianqing didn't want to see that happen, and he would never allow that to happen. No matter what, he had to think of a way to prevent such a tragedy from happening. Not only for the people of the Shenwu continent, but also for his wife, children, and friends. A bold idea grew in his mind, and it grew stronger and stronger. The emissary of the divine ruins is already dead, and no one can open or enter the graveyard of the gods. The 5 Elements world doesn't even have its final trump card. If the Southern Expedition Marshal invades again, we won't be able to resist, and the result will be a tragedy. No, I have to take the initiative to attack and kill the Southern Expedition Marshal and delay the Heaven Punisher's army. Even if I can't destroy the Heaven Punisher's army, I have to delay them so that they can't attack the Five Elements world. This idea took root in Ji Tianqing's mind, and it became more and more profound. As time passed, he quietly made his preparations. Half a year later, he had made all the necessary preparations. While Yun Yao and Ji Ke were in seclusion, he left behind a jade slip and quietly left the Divine Tower. Of course, he took Qian Yu and the Black Dragon with him. Qian Yu and the Black Dragon had long since reached the 9th level of the Martial God Realm, but they still couldn't see any hope of breaking through to the true God Realm. They were tired of cultivating in seclusion and had long since wanted to go out and explore. When they heard Ji Tianqing's plan, they volunteered to follow him. Ji Tianqing brought them out of the divine ruins and rushed to the hidden dragon abyss in the north of Tianqing's divine kingdom. Along the way, Ji Tianqing and Qian Yu stood on the black dragon's back and sped through the sky. Qian Yu was filled with joy and excitement, and he couldn't help but ask Ji Tianqing, "Old Ji, with just the few of us, can we really cross the void and kill the Southern Expedition Marshal?" Ji Tianqing smiled. Of course. Not only the Southern Expedition Marshal, but we also have to delay the Heaven Punisher's army and create pressure for them so that they can't attack the Five Elements world. Wow! Qian Yu was even more surprised, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Old Ji, isn't this idea too crazy and exciting? Can you tell me what your specific plan is?" Ji Tianqing shook his head and explained, "I don't have a specific plan, only a main idea. The rest is up to us. We have to go through the temple under the lava ocean, leave the Five Elements world, and go to the outer space. Then, we will use the divine ship to travel through space and rush to the Purple Cloud planet. The Heaven Punisher's army has already taken over the Purple Cloud planet, and they want to take control of the entire planet. They are fighting everywhere. In this way, the number of troops stationed on the Purple Cloud planet will not be too many. As long as we find a way to sneak into the Purple Cloud planet, we can think of a way to deal with the Southern Expedition Marshal." Qian Yu nodded and said in agreement, "Old Ji, this is a good idea, let's do it. After all, the Southern Expedition Marshal is the strongest in the Purple Cloud planet. As long as we kill him and delay the main force of the Heaven Punisher's army, we can save the Five Elements world. The fleets that are sent out to fight are all led by generals like Fu Long, and there are less than 100 warships. Even if they invade the Five Elements world, they can't defeat your two wives." A day later, Black Dragon entered the hidden dragon abyss and went straight to the lava ocean. Ji Tianqing met Bai Long and Lan Kuan in the temple of the human race in the Earth's core cave. White Dragon had just collected a large number of dawn stones and was counting them. When he saw Ji Tianqing, he quickly put down what he was doing and came up to him expectantly. "Master, why are you here all of a sudden? And you have two pets with you? Look at you, where are you going to cause trouble?" Ji Tianqing looked at him with a smile and said in a playful tone, "We are going to cross the void and destroy the evil demon king to save the world. Are you interested? Save the world?" White Dragon shook his head in disappointment. "I'm not interested in that. If you want to conquer the universe, collect beauties from various races, and open a harem, then count me in." Chapter 2547. Bai Long's eyes shone brightly when he mentioned conquering the galaxy and collecting beauties from various races. However, he did not receive a response. He looked up at Ji Tianqing and was met with a pair of big eyes. "Whether you are interested or not, you have to come with me," Ji Tianqing said expressionlessly. Bai Long immediately put on a smile and nodded. "Yes, master. I will do as you say. I will dedicate my youth and passion to the great cause of saving the world." Ji Tianqing did not want to listen to him. He immediately used his trump card. Swoosh! He flipped his right palm. A golden light flashed in his palm, and a palm-sized black boat appeared. At first glance, this mysterious and cold boat that was as black as ink exuded an ancient aura. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the boat was exquisitely made and shone with a dazzling golden light. Bai Long stared at the black boat and asked in disbelief, "Master, is this a newly made divine worship?" "Wow! As expected of your handiwork, this divine worship is so exquisite and meticulous. It's simply a work of art." Bai Long circled around Ji Tianqing and observed the divine worship excitedly. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Ji Tianqing explained with a smile, "This is not my masterpiece. The Golden Mountain King and the Earth Spirit Tribe's craftsmen spent a few years and 200 million origin stones to make it." "Ah! Is that so?" Bai Long was shocked. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Doesn't that mean 80% of the origin stones we mined in the past 10 years were used to make the divine worship?" "Of course." Ji Tianqing nodded and said with a smile, "This origin stone divine worship is enough for us to travel across the universe. If you follow me, you will be the one to pilot the divine worship." Bai Long was so excited that his blood rushed to his head. He danced with joy. "Yes. Master is wise, Master is mighty, Master is unparalleled in the world. Disciple will follow Master's orders and do his best to live up to your expectations." Seeing his reaction, Ji Tianqing put away the divine worship and instructed, "Go and make arrangements for the human race and the origin stones in the earth's core. I will wait for you here." White Dragon complied and hurriedly went to arrange the specific matters. Watching him leave, Qian Yu muttered in confusion, "Old Ji, what's wrong with White Dragon? You weren't too happy just now, why are you so excited in the blink of an eye?" Ji Tianqing smiled and said, "This kid likes to pilot battleships and travel through space. His love for all kinds of high-end warships had reached a fanatical level. I once asked him why he was so crazy about warships. He said that it was his dream since he was young. As long as he could pilot a battleship, he would have reached the peak of his life." Very quickly, an hour passed. White Dragon arranged the follow-up matters and came to Ji Tianqing expectantly. Ji Tianqing did not say much and brought him out of the human race's divine palace. After entering the Sea of Lava, he took out the Tianqing battleship and handed it to White Dragon. White Dragon received it happily and released his divine power into the divine worship. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the palm-sized black divine worship grew to the size of a mountain and was more than 2,000 feet long. The White Dragon couldn't wait to get into the divine worship. He looked around and rubbed his hands, looking very excited. After Ji Tianqing, Qian Yu, Black Dragon, and Lan Kuan entered the divine worship, he calmed down and steered the divine worship through the sea of lava. Swoosh! The divine worship's array formation had just been activated, and it flew out from its static state. It turned into a black shadow and entered the depths of the sea of lava. Such terrifying speed shocked Qian Yu, Black Dragon, and Lan Kuan. Even if they rushed at full speed, they were not even one-fifth of the divine worship's speed. The White Dragon, on the other hand, was so excited that its blood was boiling. It even whistled and hummed a weird song. Under normal circumstances, they would need a day to reach the black hole in the sea of lava. But White Dragon steered the Tianqing battleship and entered the black hole in 6 hours. Swoosh! After passing through the black hole, the battleship flew into the ancient temple. Under White Dragon's control, the battleship shrunk dozens of times before successfully entering the second level of the temple and entering the ancient teleportation array. In the next moment, the Tianqing battleship appeared in the vast void. Swoosh! The pitch-black void was eternally cold and still. In all directions, in the depths of the darkness, there were densely packed silver light spots. Those were thousands of stars, shining brightly in the darkness. Below the skyline battleship was a huge, barren planet, its surface covered with pale yellow sand. White Dragon sent a voice transmission to Ji Tianqing. Master, which direction are we going? Ji Tianqing thought for a moment and said, our target is the purple cloud star. The five elements world is southeast of the purple cloud star zone, but the purple cloud star is in the center. You will fly northwest. It will probably take a year to reach there. Bai Long hurriedly responded, all right, master, you can rest at ease. Leave the rest to me. Then, White Dragon steered the Tianqing battleship, cutting through the void like a stream of light and headed northwest. Ji Tianqing and the three divine beasts stayed in the battleship, each finding a room to cultivate in peace. In the void, time seemed to be frozen, and one could not feel the passage of time. The surrounding scenery seemed to be unchanged. White Dragon enjoyed the rush of driving the divine battleship, while Ji Tianqing and the three divine beasts were busy cultivating in seclusion, constantly improving their strength. God knows how long had passed. Maybe 3 months, maybe half a year. While Ji Tianqing was cultivating, White Dragon's voice transmission rang in his mind. Master! Master, wake up, I have something important to report. Ji Tianqing quickly woke up and ended his cultivation. White Dragon, why did you wake me up? Have we arrived at the purple cloud star? Ji Tianqing sat in the dark room, resting with his eyes closed, and asked White Dragon through voice transmission. White Dragon hesitated for a moment, then explained, no, we have only been flying for 4 months, and we are still very far from the purple cloud star. Master, this disciple interrupted your cultivation because, this disciple discovered that a medium-sized fleet is attacking a planet. Ji Tianqing was stunned by the sudden news. He asked, what fleet? What star are they attacking? Did you see the situation clearly? White Dragon quickly explained, I flew around the star for half a day, and I roughly saw the situation. The fleet has more than 100 battleships, and the attacks they release are all dark red light beams. Also, the battleships look like the style of the Heaven Punishers. I suspect that it is the Heaven Punishers fleet, and they are invading a mortal world. Then, White Dragon said uneasily, Master, if you don't want to cause trouble, we will not meddle in other people's business. I will go around. Ji Tianqing sneered. Ha ha ha. If it is really the Heaven Punishers fleet, then I am not meddling in other people's business. Today, I will help the people get rid of evil, and I will help Tianqing. Chapter 2548. Ji Tianqing's words made Bai Long's blood boil. Xiao Meng Xiao Meng. He said without hesitation, Master, you are indeed a benevolent and righteous saint. You are the role model and leader of all martial artists. A lot of flattery came out fluently, and Ji Tianqing got goosebumps when he heard it. Cut the crap. Let's go and take a look. Okay. Bai Long replied. He steered the battleship and turned into a black shadow as he charged toward the star on the left. Soon, Tianqing's battleship arrived at the void closest to the star. The star was not big. It was several times smaller than the five elements world. The surface of the star was covered by a faint silver divine light shield. One could vaguely see the shadow of a sky wolf. In the void not far from the divine light shield, there were hundreds of black battleships. They were spreading out and releasing dark red light beams to attack. Thousands of dark red pillars of light, as dense as raindrops, fiercely slammed into the divine light barrier, causing a deafening explosion. The violent shockwave, mixed with countless light fragments, burst out in all directions. After Ji Tianqing and Bai Long observed carefully, they confirmed that the fleet belonged to the Heaven-defying tribe. They did not know how long the Heaven-defying tribe had been attacking. A large gap had been created in the silver divine light shield. A group of experts was casting spells to block the attack of the dark red light beams at the gap that was dozens of miles long and 10 miles wide. Ji Tianqing looked over and saw that there were more than 30 people in that group of experts. Their bodies and appearances were different from humans. They looked more like demons. Their upper bodies were similar to humans. However, their heads were sharp wolf heads. Their lower bodies were wolf bodies with 4 hooves. They were covered with thick hair. They were thin and slender. Their eyes were dark green and they shone with a cold light. The leader of the group was huge. He was at least 100 feet long. His hair was silver and he was a LV6 martial god. He exuded a powerful aura. Ji Tianqing immediately had an answer when he saw everyone's faces clearly. They are from the Sky Wolf tribe. This star should be the Sky Wolf star. Strictly speaking, the Sky Wolf tribe is not a human. They are a branch of the demon clan. Bai Long nodded. He asked through voice transmission, Master, it looks like the Sky Wolf tribe can't hold on for long. When should we save them? Should we wait until the heaven-defying tribe enters the Sky Wolf star before we save them? Ji Tianqing looked at the battlefield and observed the situation. He replied through voice transmission, no need. We are in a hurry. Let's end this quickly. Of course, there was another important reason for his decision. It would be best if they could kill the heaven-defying fleet. If the heaven-destroying fleet was allowed to charge into the Sirius star, it would definitely cause more casualties and even implicate a large number of innocent civilians. White Dragon, charge. Ji Tianqing transmitted his voice to the White Dragon and gave the order. At the same time, he leaped out of the battleship and flew toward a nearby heaven-slaying battleship with the Heaven Burier sword in hand. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Ji Tianqing traversed 500 miles and arrived at the side of the heaven-defying tribe. Without hesitation, his body expanded to a height of 100 feet. He held the huge sword of burial of heaven with both hands and slashed it down. There was a martial god realm captain in the heaven-defying tribe. He was commanding hundreds of soldiers in black armor to control the formation to attack the Sky Wolf star. When the sword of burial of heaven slashed down, the captain realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically. Get out of the way! He roared. He wanted to steer the heaven-defying sword of burial of heaven. However, this was an impossible task. Before the soldiers in black armor could react, the huge sword of burial of heaven slashed the heaven-defying tribe's battleship. Kaboom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the Middle Void God Realm battleship was cut in half by the sword of burial of heaven. Countless black metal fragments splattered in the void. Dozens of soldiers in black armor and the captain in silver armor flew out of the wreckage and fell into the void. The crowd immediately fell into chaos, letting out panicked roars and curses. Even though the captain shouted and ordered everyone not to panic and to form a battle formation to face the enemy, it was useless. Ji Tianqing charged over with his sword again. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, he stirred up a storm of blood in the crowd. Swoosh! 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 Dazzling golden sword light bloomed. It was mixed with various thunderbolts and exploded in the crowd. Bam! 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 One by one, the soldiers in black armor were cut into pieces by the sword light. Their broken bodies scattered in the void and were sent flying into the distance by the shockwave. In just 100 breaths, 80% of the hundreds of soldiers in black armor were killed by Ji Tianqing. The remaining 20 black-armored warriors had long since fled in all directions, fleeing for their lives in panic. Ji Tianqing did not bother to chase after them. He charged toward the captain in silver armor with his sword in hand. The captain only had the strength of a LV3 martial god. He could not defend himself against Ji Tianqing's ferocious attacks. They had only exchanged 3 blows when Ji Tianqing's sword pierced through the captain's chest. The scales on the captain's chest were crushed and he died on the spot. After dealing with the battleship, Ji Tianqing charged toward another battleship with his sword in hand. At the same time, Bai Long drove the Tianqing battleship into the fleet. The 30,000-foot-long Tianqing battleship was like an ancient beast from the primordial age. It crashed into the heaven-defying tribe's battleships with destructive power. Kaboom! When the first loud explosion occurred, the Tianqing battleship crashed into the side of a heaven-defying tribe's battleship and broke it in half. Debris fell from the sky. More than 100 soldiers in black armor and a captain in silver armor fell from the sky. Before they could recover from the shock, a huge ice-blue fish as large as a mountain charged toward them fearlessly. Bang! 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 More than 20 soldiers in black armor were sent flying by the blue kraken. Their bodies shattered and they died on the spot. The blue kraken opened its mouth and shot out endless ice-blue light beams into the crowd. Boom! 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 Instantly, more than 30 soldiers in black armor were blasted into pieces. The captain in silver armor was severely injured and bleeding profusely. Then, the blue kraken chased after the survivors and killed them one by one. Kaboom! When the second loud explosion occurred, the Tianqing battleship moved at its fastest speed and crashed into a heaven-defying tribe's battleship. The heaven-defying tribe's battleship was completely crushed by the Tianqing battleship. It was instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal and thousands of pieces of debris flew out. The Tianqing battleship was not damaged at all. It only shook a few times and returned to normal. Bai Long, who was piloting the battleship, laughed excitedly. His blood was boiling. Ha ha ha. In front of my super battleship, the heaven-defying tribe's tattered little boats are like paper. They cannot withstand a single blow. He rubbed his hands excitedly and piloted the Tianqing battleship toward another heaven-defying tribe's battleship. At this moment, the heaven-defying tribe realized that something was wrong. A few battleships turned around and aimed their cannons at the Tianqing battleship. Seeing this, Bai Long was not worried. Instead, he laughed confidently and said, "He he he. I want to be targeted. I want to be pressured. Come at me together." Chapter 2549. White Dragon's arrogant wish was soon realized. The 6 heaven-defying battleships locked onto the Tianqing battleship and shot out hundreds of dark red light pillars. Bang! 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 Dark red pillars of light that were as dense as raindrops landed on the skyline battleship one after another, producing deafening booms. Suddenly, the Tianqing battleship was engulfed by the endless red light. However, the battleship only shook a few times and did not have any wounds or dents on its surface. On the other hand, the hundreds of dark red light pillars collapsed one after another, splashing out shards that blotted out the sky. This result shocked the heaven-defying battleships. The heaven-defying elites looked at each other and did not know what to do. White Dragon was getting more and more excited. He laughed in high spirits. Ha ha ha. Too weak. You bunch of trash, are you trying to scratch my itch? As he spoke, he drove the Tianqing battleship at maximum speed. He turned into a black shadow and charged toward the few battleships in front of him. Boom! 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 3 loud bangs were heard. The 3 heaven-defying battleships that were lined up side by side were immediately pierced by the candied hawthorn. They were broken into pieces by the Tianqing battleship. Hundreds of black-armored warriors and the 3 silver-armored captains were blown away by the violent impact, falling into the void in a mess. The Tianqing battleship smashed 3 heaven-defying battleships in a row before the impact was offset and its speed slowed down. White Dragon turned back and accelerated toward the chaotic crowd in an invincible and violent manner. Bang! 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 More than 100 black-armored soldiers could not dodge in time and were smashed into pieces by the Tianqing battleship. They died instantly. Even the heaven-defying battleships who were brushed by the battleship were sent flying and vomiting blood. White Dragon laughed proudly and drove the Tianqing battleship into the heaven-defying battleship. He was extremely arrogant and domineering. At the front, White Dragon drove the battleship into the heaven-defying battleship. At the back, Ji Tianqing, Lan Kuan, Qian Yu, and Black Dragon massacred the heaven-defying battleships in the void and killed many silver-armored captains. Soon, the heaven-conquering fleet fell into chaos, and it was difficult for them to take care of the front and rear. At the forefront of the fleet, there was a black battleship that was 2,000 feet long. Its body was exceptionally ferocious and domineering. This was the flagship of the fleet's leader, General Gudi. Originally, General Gudi's flagship was responsible for attacking the Sirius Star. The gap in the silver barrier was torn open by this ship. General Gudi was confident of victory. She thought that she could charge into the Sirius Star within 2 hours. He never would have thought that someone would come and cause trouble at such a crucial moment, causing the entire fleet to be in disarray. He flew into a rage and immediately ordered them to stop attacking the Sirius Star and turn around to deal with the mysterious battleship that had suddenly intruded. Fire! Destroy it for me! General Gudi angrily gave the order, her body bursting with killing intent. The flagship immediately unleashed 200 crimson light beams, which blasted towards the Tianqing battleship thousands of miles away. Even though the Tianqing battleship was huge, like a moving mountain. However, its speed was extremely fast, like a phantom, and it appeared to be exceptionally nimble. Boom 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 boom. The 200 light beams tore through the void, but more than half of them were dodged by the Tianqing battleship. The remaining 60 light beams struck the Tianqing battleship, but they did not cause much damage. The Tianqing battleship was completely unharmed. There was not even a dent on its surface, and its defensive divine array was not broken. Seeing this, General Gudi's eyes widened in anger and disbelief. How is this possible? Where did that battleship come from? How can it block the attack of my flagship? Pass down my order. All battleships stop attacking the Sirius Star and surround that mysterious battleship first. We must destroy it. As his order was passed down, hundreds of battleships adjusted their direction and formed a circle with a radius of 20,000 miles, surrounding the Tianqing battleship. Endless dark red light beams poured down on the Tianqing battleship like a torrential rain. Inside the battleship, Bai Long put away his smug and joking expression. His expression became as calm as water, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Ha ha! You want to use the encirclement tactic to destroy me first before attacking the Sirius Star? Then I'll play with you, a bunch of iron dolls. As he sneered, he formed a divine seal with both hands and continuously shot out dense golden light to control the battleship's divine array. Whoosh! The Tianqing battleship's speed reached the maximum. It turned into a black phantom and sped through the void. The phantom was erratic and flashed, sometimes moving forward, sometimes retreating, and the next moment, it turned around and swung its tail. As a result, it dodged most of the dark red light beams shot out by the hundreds of battleships. Even if a small portion of the light beams hit it, they could not break its defensive divine array, let alone stop it from moving. However, the heaven-conquering battleships immediately suffered. Bam, 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 bam. As a series of loud noises exploded, one battleship after another was hit by the Tianqing battleship. Some battleships were smashed into pieces and twisted out of shape. Some of the battleships were smashed into two halves. Some battleships were hit by the Tianqing battleship from the abdomen and directly split open. All in all, the Tianqing battleship was like an extremely agile fish that swam freely in the sea. Nothing could stop it. However, this fish was extremely sturdy and had infinite strength. If this fish was made of steel, then the dozens of heaven-conquering battleships were made of paper. This encirclement battle lasted for a few minutes before it was over. The Tianqing battleship was unscathed, but the heaven-conquering battleship was confused and suffered heavy losses. A total of more than 50 battleships were destroyed. Thousands of black-armored soldiers and dozens of silver-armored captains were not spared. They were quickly killed by Ji Tianqing and the three divine beasts. This result caused General Guti to break down on the spot. He could not believe that there was such a heaven-defying battleship in the Purple Cloud Galaxy. In his grief and anger, he could only suppress the humiliation and rage in his heart and give the order to retreat. The 40 battleships that were lucky enough to survive turned around and flew into the depths of the void, fleeing in panic. However, General Guti soon discovered that it was wishful thinking for the fleet to successfully retreat. The more than 30 powerhouses guarding the Sirius Star were in high spirits. They took the initiative to rush into the void and chase after the heaven-conquering battleship. The Tianqing battleship, Ji Tianqing, and the three divine beasts did not give up. They destroyed one heaven-conquering battleship after another along the way. The two sides chased each other in the void for 100,000 miles. More than 30 of the 40 battleships that were lucky enough to survive were destroyed. The black-armored soldiers and captains were also killed by Ji Tianqing and the powerhouses of the Sirius Star tribe. General Guti knew that the situation was hopeless. In his fury, he gave up on escaping. He personally steered his battleship and turned around to charge toward the Tianqing battleship. Even if he died, he would drag the other party down with him. Boom! Crack! The two giants did not avoid each other. They collided head-on with a loud explosion that shook the void. Chapter 2550. A destructive shockwave spread through the void. General Guti's flagship was smashed into pieces, sending thousands of pieces flying everywhere. The wreckage of countless battleships flew into the void with a terrifying force. A huge storm was born, sweeping through tens of thousands of miles. The 200 black-armored warriors in the warship were instantly smashed to pieces and died. General Guti and the three captains were also severely injured. They were wrapped in the wreckage of the warship and scattered in the void. Before the three captains could react, Lan Kuan, Qian Yu, and Black Dragon pounced forward and killed them. General Guti endured his injuries and flew out of the wreckage, trying to escape into the depths of the void. However, Ji Tianqing caught up to him and held him back. Soon, a few Sirius elites rushed over and joined forces to attack General Guti. After more than 10 moves, General Guti died under Ji Tianqing's sword. Not only was his body destroyed, but even his divine soul was shattered. The battle ended, and everyone in the heaven-conquering fleet was killed. Ji Tianqing put away the sword of burial of heaven and was about to turn and leave. At this moment, the huge silver-white Sirius elite led many Sirius elites and flew in front of Ji Tianqing. "Brave warrior, please wait." The leader of the Sirius elites looked at Ji Tianqing with a gentle gaze. He crossed his arms and covered his shoulders as he bowed to Ji Tianqing. The 20 or so Sirius experts behind him also bowed and paid their respects to Ji Tianqing. Even though everyone's injuries were very miserable, their bodies were covered in blood, and many of their bodies were crippled. However, everyone's expression and eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity, as well as deep gratitude. However, they spoke in a serious language. Ji Tianqing frowned and thought for a moment before he understood what they meant. He turned to look at the leader of the Sirius elites and asked unhurriedly in the somewhat unfamiliar Sirius language, "Is there anything else?" Seeing that he could speak the language of the Sirius clan, many of the Sirius clan's experts were pleasantly surprised, and their attitude towards him became even more intimate. The leader of the Celestial Wolf tribe nodded at Ji Tianqing and said with a smile, "Warrior, I am the Celestial Lord of the Celestial Wolf Star. My people call me the Celestial Wolf God. What I am ashamed of is that as the guardian of the Sirius Star, I was unable to stop the invasion of the Heaven Punishers and caused countless casualties among my people. Fortunately, you helped and destroyed the Heaven attacking fleet and General Guti. Otherwise, the Sirius star would have fallen today. I and the 28 constellation guards will also perish under the bombardment of the heaven-destroying fleet. You have saved me and the Sirius star. Such kindness is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. I sincerely invite you to the Sirius star as a guest to express our gratitude. After hearing this, Ji Tianqing learned that the strongest and most imposing expert was known as the Heavenly Wolf God. The celestial wolf tribe experts behind him, who were at the first and second level of the martial god realm, were known as the 28 constellation guards. Ji Tianqing roughly understood that the 28 constellation guards were most likely there to assist the Heavenly Wolf God and protect the Sirius star. He shook his head and said calmly, "Heavenly Wolf God, you don't have to be so polite. I was just passing by and saw that the heaven-attacking star was attacking the Sirius star. In fact, I also have a blood feud with the heaven-attacking star. Even if the heaven-attacking star did not attack the Sirius star, as long as I encountered them, they would definitely die. There's no need to thank me. I still have matters to attend to." When they heard Ji Tianqing's words, the Heavenly Wolf God and the constellation guards felt even more cordial toward him. They felt as if they shared a common enemy. Therefore, the Heavenly Wolf God was even more unwilling to let Ji Tianqing leave. "Warrior, since you are also at odds with the heaven-attacking star, we are in the same boat. We should form an alliance and help each other. Now, the heaven-attacking star has invaded the purple cloud star and is vainly trying to control the entire star field. They are wantonly attacking the various major worlds. Warrior, we sincerely beg you to stay for a few days and rest on the Sirius star." Then, the Heavenly Wolf God and the 28 constellation guards crossed their arms and covered their shoulders. They bowed to Ji Tianqing and refused to get up. Ji Tianqing knew that this was one of the highest forms of courtesy the Heavenly Wolf tribe had. Since the other party was so sincere, he couldn't refuse. Moreover, the Heavenly Wolf God's words reminded him of something. Therefore, after some consideration, he nodded and agreed. "All right, since you are so sincere in your invitation, I cannot refuse your kind intentions." The Heavenly Wolf God and the constellation guards were overjoyed and quickly got up. "Warrior, please gather your companions. Let's enter the Sirius star together." The Heavenly Wolf God pointed at the Tianqing battleship and the 3 divine beasts that were still cleaning up the battlefield in the distance. Ji Tianqing nodded and used his divine soul to summon the white dragon and the 3 divine beasts. The 3 divine beasts hurriedly returned to the battleship. The white dragon steered the Tianqing battleship toward Ji Tianqing. Seizing this opportunity, the Heavenly Wolf God asked Ji Tianqing, "Warrior, may I know your title?" Ji Tianqing calmly replied, "Tianqing." The Heavenly Wolf God bowed again and said respectfully, "Greetings, true God Tianqing." The 28 constellation guards also bowed and greeted him in unison. Clearly, no one could tell Ji Tianqing's cultivation level. After witnessing his powerful techniques, they all believed that he was a true God expert. After all, only a true God expert could split the heaven-punishing battleship in half with a sword, kill the captain of the heaven-punishing battleship in an instant and easily kill General Gyuri. Ji Tianqing only nodded and did not explain anything. In any case, although he was a peak martial god, his true combat strength was comparable to a third-level true God expert. There was nothing wrong with the Heavenly Wolf God and the others calling him a true god. Before long, the Tianqing battleship flew in front of everyone. Ji Tianqing turned and stepped into the battleship. The Heavenly Wolf God and the 28 constellation guards led the way and flew toward the Sirius star. Swoosh! Everyone flew in front of the silver light barrier and passed through the huge gap, entering the Sirius star. The white dragon steered the Tianqing battleship and stopped in front of the gap. He was a little hesitant and asked Ji Tianqing via voice transmission, "Master, didn't you say that we were in a hurry? Why are we going to the Sirius star as a guest?" Ji Tianqing said with a playful smile, the heavenly wolf god sincerely invited me. It's hard to refuse. The white dragon pursed his lips and chuckled. Master, I know you too well. I'm afraid that's not the reason, right? Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and asked, oh. Then tell me, what's the real reason? The white dragon answered without hesitation, in my opinion, you saved the Sirius star. The heavenly wolf god is grateful to you and will definitely think of a way to repay you. You don't care about resources and treasures, but you're worried about the five elements world. Coincidentally, the Sirius star is not far from the five elements world. If the five elements world is in danger, the Sirius star can help. He. You're really smart. Ji Tianqing's tone was indifferent as he said, you know too much. Chapter 2551. After the battleship entered the Sirius star, it followed the Sirius god and the others through the sky. Follow_dream, a few hours later, the Sirius god and the others flew into a sea of clouds. This vast sea of clouds spanned 1,000,000 miles. It was as solid and flat as a continent. Neither the wind or the scorching sun could move the sea of clouds. In the depths of the sea of clouds, there was a dazzling palace complex. It was especially sacred and majestic. Tianqing's battleship followed the Sirius god and the others and landed outside the sacred palace. Then, the three divine beasts stayed in the battleship to rest. Ji Tianqing put away the battleship and stepped into the temple with the white dragon. This was the most sacred place of the Sirius star. It was called the Sirius Temple. The Sirius god and the 28 lunar mansion guards lived here all year round to protect the entire star. After entering the temple, the Sirius god dismissed the 28 lunar mansion guards and told them to retreat to recuperate. He endured his heavy injuries and received Ji Tianqing and the white dragon. Both parties took their seats in the majestic hall. Immediately, four beautiful and wild Sirius maids came to serve Ji Tianqing and the white dragon. Ji Tianqing was not interested in this. He waved his hand to signal the two maids to retreat and serve the white dragon. The four beautiful maids surrounded the white dragon. The white dragon's blood was boiling and his heart was itching. However, he pretended to be serious and kept a straight face, sitting upright and still. He waved his hand expressionlessly and dismissed the four maids. Ji Tianqing was amused when he saw this. He could not help but ask, isn't this what you want? How can you not be moved? The white dragon replied seriously, Master, how can you think like that? Am I that kind of person? I am learning your noble character. I will not be moved by beauty. Ji Tianqing could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He started chatting with the Sirius god. Sirius god, when did the heaven destroyers start invading the Sirius star? I saw that the heaven destroyers had just torn open the Sirius star's defensive barrier. They had not entered the Sirius star yet. The Sirius god shook his head angrily and explained, True god Tianqing, you might not know this, but the heaven destroyers are very cunning. As early as 3 years ago, a small fleet of heaven-destroying fleets had used secret techniques and special divine artifacts to break through the defensive shield of the Sirius star. There were more than 30 battleships in that fleet. They secretly invaded a continent and took control of the 4 divine kingdoms. A year ago, under the control of the Heaven Punisher race, the 4 divine kingdoms of that continent madly attacked another continent and slaughtered billions of martial practitioners and citizens. The Sirius god did not hide the truth and told Ji the Sirius god, he explained the entire story. After listening to his explanation, Ji Tianqing finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the Sirius star was different from the 5 elements world. It had 4 continents, more than a dozen divine kingdoms, and more than 30 billion living beings. After the Heaven Punishers secretly took control of one continent, they crazily attacked another. Not long after, the Sirius god realized something was wrong and led the 28 lunar mansion guards to counterattack. They could not kill the Sirius race controlled by the Heaven Destroyers. After all, they were innocent. The Sirius god and the 28 lunar mansion guards could only search for the Heaven Destroyers and kill them one by one, destroying one Heaven Destroyer after another. But because of this, the Sirius god's hands were tied and he could not act decisively. The war lasted for half a year, causing the two continents to be destroyed. More than 10 billion warriors and civilians died. The Sirius god blamed himself for this. He called himself the sinner of the Sirius star and the disgrace of the Sirius gods. Even now, he could not let it go. After the war ended, he thought the Sirius star was finally at peace. But soon, he realized he was wrong. The greedy and overbearing Heaven Destroyers would not let the Sirius star go. Half a year ago, General Duty led a medium-sized Heaven Destroyer fleet to attack the Sirius star. This time, there were more battleships and Heaven Destroyers. The Sirius star was caught off guard and could not resist. The Sirius god used all his means and gathered all the warriors of the Sirius star to resist the Heaven Destroyer fleet. In half a year, dozens of martial gods of the Sirius star had died. Of the original 49 constellation guards, only 28 were left. As for the martial sage realm warriors of the Sirius race, hundreds of them had died. The Sirius star was at the end of its rope and had been forced into a corner. The battle in the starry sky had been the final battle. If Ji Tianqing had not appeared, the Sirius star would have been defeated. The Sirius god and the 28 lunar mansion guards would have died. As for the 30 billion people on the Sirius star, their fates were self-evident. That was why the Sirius god was so grateful to Ji Tianqing and saw him as the savior of the Sirius star. Ji Tianqing said angrily, "Sirius god, I can understand how you feel. A few years ago, the five elements realm that I was in also suffered a similar calamity. An entire continent, 3 kingdoms, and tens of billions of people were massacred by the Heaven Destroyer fleet. Corpse puppets were everywhere and blood flowed like a sea. However, no matter how powerful the Heaven Destroyer fleet is, we will not surrender. We did our best and paid a huge price and sacrificed a lot to destroy the Heaven Destroyer fleet and usher in a short period of peace." The Sirius god resonated strongly with him. However, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He blamed himself and said, "True God Tianqing, the billions of people in the 5 elements realm are lucky to be under your protection. Unlike me, who was weak and could not even protect the people of the Sirius star and let them suffer so much." Ji Tianqing shook his head and said, "Sirius god, you don't have to blame yourself. You must pull yourself together. As long as the Heaven Destroyer fleet is not destroyed, the war will not truly end. Even if we win today, an even more powerful Heaven Destroyer fleet will invade the Sirius star soon." The Sirius god nodded and said, "True God Tianqing, I understand what you are saying. I have also prepared myself mentally. Now that the Sirius star is at the end of its rope, when that day comes, I will lead the 28 constellation guards and perish together with the Heaven Destroyer fleet." Ji Tianqing smiled and said, "You don't have to be so pessimistic. Things will take a turn for the better. However, the prerequisite is that we are not afraid of sacrificing ourselves and have the courage to fight to the death with the Heaven Destroyer fleet. There is something I have to tell you. The person who took over the Purple Cloud Star and tried to control the entire star field was the Heaven Destroyer fleet's Fleet Marshal Nan. 5 years ago, Fleet Marshal Nan personally led a fleet to invade the 5 elements realm, but we stopped him. The entire fleet was destroyed, and only Fleet Marshal Nan was left. He was severely injured and fled back to the Purple Cloud Star. This time, I have come to the Purple Cloud Star to kill Fleet Marshal Nan with my own hands. As long as I kill him, the main culprit, the crisis in the Purple Cloud Star field will be resolved and we will have a long period of peace." The heavenly wolf god was shocked to the extreme when he heard the news. He stood up with a bang. His eyes widened as he roared in disbelief, "True God Tianqing, is what you said true?" Chapter 2552. The heavenly wolf god could not believe it. Marshal Nan, who had conquered Purple Cloud Planet, had personally led a fleet to invade the Five Elements world, but he had been seriously injured and had to flee. Moreover, True God Tianqing wanted to take the initiative to go to Purple Cloud Planet to seek revenge on Marshal Nan. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The heavenly wolf god was stunned for a long time before he recovered from his shock. He muttered with a face full of shame, "A mere General Gutty was able to occupy the Sirius star with a medium-sized fleet. I and the 28 lunar mansion guards almost died in the galaxy." True God Tianqing not only destroyed Marshal Nan's fleet, but he also severely injured him. Now, he even wants to go to Purple Cloud Planet to seek revenge. Such courage and boldness really make me ashamed. I don't have the face to see anyone. The heavenly wolf god had misunderstood this matter and gave all the credit to Ji Tianqing. However, Ji Tianqing did not intend to explain. The process was very complicated and could not be explained in a few words. He comforted the heavenly wolf god, "Heavenly wolf god, leave the matter of killing Marshal Jinan to me. What you need to do is to heal your injuries as soon as possible and protect Sirius Planet. Also, I will leave Five Elements world with my disciples and divine beasts to seek revenge on Purple Cloud Planet. Now that Five Elements world's defenses are weak, if the heaven-punishing fleet invades again, it will be difficult to resist." Before he could finish, the heavenly wolf god understood what he meant and hurriedly nodded. "True God Tianqing, please don't worry. Our lives were saved by you. Once the Five Elements world is invaded by the heaven-punishing race, you only need to send a message, and we will go to help. After all, we are all victims of the heaven-punishing race's invasion. It is reasonable for us to work together and help each other." Ji Tianqing nodded slightly and said, "It's good that you understand. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. You should go and heal your injuries as soon as possible." Seeing that he was about to leave, the heavenly wolf god hurriedly stood up and reached out to stop him. "True God Tianqing, you can't leave now. I have already ordered the guards to prepare carefully. Tomorrow, we will hold the ancestral worship hall on the heavenly wolf platform. I would like to use the most sacred ceremony to express my gratitude to you. Furthermore, I will report this great news to the wolf god ancestor." Ji Tianqing frowned and asked, "Is there a need to be so grand? How long will it take?" The Sirius god hurriedly explained, "This matter concerns the survival of the Sirius star, so of course we have to hold the grandest ceremony. Don't worry, the ceremony will be completed in a day. It won't delay your revenge." Moreover, after the wolf god ancestor hears the good news, he will definitely send down the light of God as a gift to thank you for your help. Light of God. Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "Isn't the ancestor of the Sirius star a little too weak? He's actually just a heavenly god." Bai Long, on the other hand, could tell that something was amiss. "Master, although you don't think much of the Sirius ancestor's gift, we need it right now. Don't forget that the Five Elements world is sealed, and the laws of heaven and earth are unable to descend, causing you to be unable to break through to the true God realm. But this is the Sirius star, a place shrouded by the heavenly Tao. Even if the laws of heaven and earth don't descend, you can still break through to the true God realm if you can refine the light of God." Ji Tianqing naturally understood this point. He nodded slightly and said, "What you said makes sense. Then Master will stay for one more day and see the situation first." After being in seclusion in the Nine Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda for so long, he had not been able to break through to the true God realm. He was very regretful and anxious. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, it would be great if he could take the opportunity to break through to the true God realm. At least, after he reached the true God realm, he would be invincible in the purple firmament star zone. After sneaking into the purple firmament star, the chances of killing Marshal Jingnan with his own hands would also be greater. After making up his mind, Ji Tianqing and Bai Long bid farewell and left the temple. Under the guidance of the guards, the two entered the side hall to rest for a while. At the same time, Five Elements World, inside the Nine Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda. Ji Ke ended his seclusion cultivation and slowly stopped, opening his eyes. Sigh. I still can't sense the laws of heaven and earth. Breaking through to the true God realm is still far away. Maybe I should cultivate the 4 divine flames to the extreme and have a chance to break through to the true God realm. Or maybe I should leave the divine pagoda like Big Brother Tianqing and cultivate in the ruins of God for a few months. She muttered to herself, getting up and flying toward the distorted spacetime in front of her. I'll go ask Big Brother Tianqing. Maybe he can help me find the reason. Ji Ke flew through the distorted spacetime at lightning speed and arrived at the place where Ji Tianqing was cultivating in seclusion. However, the place was empty. There was no trace of Ji Tianqing at all. There was only a jade slip floating in the air, shining brightly. Ji Ke frowned in confusion and reached out to pick up the jade slip. His divine sense entered it, and Ji Tianqing's voice immediately sounded in his mind. Yao Yao, Cuckoo, when you see this letter, I will have already left the Five Elements world. The sudden news stunned Ji Ke on the spot, and his expression changed on the spot. She suppressed her anxiety and worry. After listening to the news in the jade slip, she took the jade slip and flew toward the place where Yun Yao was cultivating in seclusion. Swoosh! Not long after, she arrived at the place where Yun Yao was cultivating in seclusion. Yun Yao was sitting on the white jade bed. Her hands were forming a seal, and she placed them on her knees. Her eyes were closed as she cultivated. Chen and Yaya imitated her and sat beside her, meditating and cultivating. The 2 children had already grown to 3 feet tall. They looked very much like Yun Yao and Ji Tianqing. Their skin was sparkling and translucent, and their temperament was noble and elegant. Ji Ke did not disturb the 2 children. He used telepathy to wake Yun Yao up. Eldest senior sister, wake up. I have something to tell you. Yun Yao gradually woke up. She ended her cultivation and opened her eyes. Seeing Ji Ke's anxious face, she asked worriedly, Cuckoo, what happened? Don't panic. Tell me slowly. Ji Ke passed the jade slip to her and said telepathically, Eldest senior sister, this is the letter that Big Brother Tianqing left behind. He has already left the Five Elements world. What? Yun Yao was shocked. Her eyes were filled with worry. Why? Why did Tianqing leave without saying goodbye? Why did he leave the Five Elements world alone? Ji Ke explained, Big Brother Tianqing said that as long as the Heaven Punishers are not destroyed, the Five Elements world will never be truly peaceful. We can hide for now, but we can't hide from Marshal Jinnan's revenge. Instead of waiting for death, we should take the initiative to attack. That's why he left behind this letter and left without saying goodbye. He left the Five Elements world with Qian Yu, Black Dragon, and White Dragon. He said that the Golden Mountain King had already built an energy stone battleship for him. It's enough for him to roam unhindered. He wants to go to Purple Cloud Planet to kill Marshal Jinnan and stall the Heaven Punishers' army. Only then will the Heaven Punishers have no time to invade the Five Elements world. After hearing this, Yun Yao became even more worried. She smiled bitterly and said, although he never told me, I already knew that he had this idea. I just didn't expect him to go alone and not let us fight with him. He really put in a lot of effort to protect us and the 2 children. He would rather take all the risks himself. Sigh. Chapter 2553. Yunyao could only sigh at Ji Tianqing's decision. She was the person who understood Ji Tianqing the most, so she naturally understood Ji Tianqing's intentions. Because of this, her heart was filled with warmth and gratitude despite her worries. Ji Ku was still not at ease and anxiously asked, "Senior sister, both of us have witnessed Marshal Nan's strength. He's at least at the 5th or 6th level of the true God realm. Furthermore, Violet Cloud Planet is Marshal Nan's base, and there are countless powerhouses from the Heaven Punishers stationed there. Big Brother Tianqing only brought the White Dragon, Qianyu, and the Black Dragon. If he rashly barges into Violet Cloud Planet, it will definitely be extremely dangerous." Yunyao nodded. "Yes, I know what you're saying, and I'm also very worried. However, Tianqing's personality is like this. Once he makes a decision, he won't change it easily." Ji Ku thought for a moment and then suggested, "Senior sister, you have to take care of Qianqing and Yaya, so you should stay here. I'm worried about Big Brother Tianqing. I want to go find him and enter Violet Cloud Planet with him to help him deal with Marshal Nan." Yunyao hurriedly shook her head and tried to persuade her. "Cuckoo, Tianqing is not only worried about me and the 2 children, but he's also very worried about you. The reason he doesn't want to bring you along is because he doesn't want you to be in danger. He's protecting you. If you go alone, won't he be even more worried? Moreover, Tianqing has a divine warship made from origin stones that can traverse the universe. You don't have a warship, so how will you smoothly reach Violet Cloud Planet?" Ji Ku was suddenly speechless. He was anxious, but he had no good plan. Yunyao stood up and patted her shoulder, comforting her. "All right, Cuckoo. After experiencing so many storms and dangers, don't you understand Tianqing? Since he's made such a decision, he must have his reasons and considerations. We should support and trust him. He's never been a reckless person, so he must have his ways. What we need to do is protect Shinwu Continent and the 5 Elements realm. We can't distract him." After Yunyao's persuasion, Ji Ku gradually dismissed the idea of going to Zixiao Planet. She prayed silently in her heart that Ji Tianqing would be safe and successful. A day passed quickly. Early the next morning, the Heavenly Wolf Celestial Race sent a personal guard to invite Ji Tianqing and the White Dragon over. The 2 of them finished their meditation and walked out of the side chamber. In the square outside the temple, there were over 1,000 Celestial Wolf clan guards in golden armor, forming a grand ceremonial procession. The Heavenly Wolf God sat upright in his enormous divine chariot, dressed in luxurious robes. Beside him was an empty divine chariot. The guard led Ji Tianqing and the White Dragon onto the sacred chariot. Then, the Heavenly Wolf deity ordered the honor guard to set out and rush to the Heavenly Wolf Terrace in the depths of the Sea of Clouds. The guard of honor flew in the Sea of Clouds for 2 hours. Divine light flickered along the way, and their aura was majestic and majestic. The Heavenly Wolf Arena was an enormous stone platform that stood towering in the Sea of Clouds, and it was 30,000 meters tall. The stone platform was silvery white in color, and it was made from precious starstones that emitted a dense silver light. Ji Tianqing understood that the Heavenly Wolf God was a branch of the Yao clan that worshipped the stars and used the lunar star as their totem. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the Heavenly Wolf clan had developed and expanded, and they had a deep foundation. Countless gods had appeared in the clan, and they had all ascended to the higher realms. In fact, whenever something major happened, the Heavenly Wolf clan would hold a ceremony to worship their ancestors, and they would be able to contact their ancestors in the higher realms. Of course, this kind of connection was limited to simple information exchanges and the descent of divine light. Other than that, they were restricted by the Heavenly Tao's rules and could not communicate with each other. When the Guard of Honor arrived at the Heavenly Wolf Arena, Ji Tianqing saw that the stone platform, which had a radius of 50 kilometers, had already been set up. Tens of thousands of guards stood around the stone platform, and their postures were respectful and pious. In the center of the stone platform, a mysterious array diagram was carved into the ground, and there were 49 sacrificial items placed there. Hundreds of priests in strange attire were surrounding the array and the sacrificial items. They were dancing a strange dance and chanting ancient incantations. The guard of honor stopped in the sea of clouds. The heavenly wolf god walked down from the divine carriage and led Ji Tianqing and the white dragon onto the heavenly wolf arena. The heavenly wolf god and Ji Tianqing walked side by side. The white dragon walked to the side of the priests, but he was stopped by a few constellation guards. The 28 constellation guards were guarding the outer circle of the sacrificial items, and they did not dare to step into the array diagram. Although the white dragon was depressed, he understood that this was the heavenly wolf clan's ceremony, and it was very sacred and solemn. Therefore, he stayed outside the array diagram and watched as Ji Tianqing and the heavenly wolf god walked into the array diagram. After a while, the two of them stood in the middle of the array diagram. The heavenly wolf god put his palms together, closed his eyes, and silently chanted a few words. Then, he waved his hand and shot out a few rays of silver light into the array diagram. Swoosh! In an instant, the huge array diagram, which had a radius of 10 kilometers, lit up with billions of rays of silver light. The dense silver light danced and weaved in the sky, forming thousands of mysterious diagrams that shot into the sky. The hundreds of priests around the array diagram danced even more vigorously and devoutly chanted incantations. Tens of thousands of heavenly wolf clan guards, including the 28 constellation guards, knelt down in unison and prostrated themselves on the ground, chanting an ancient and tedious language. The white dragon stood on the spot in a daze, appearing like a crane among chickens. However, he did not feel awkward. He calmly looked at the sky and observed the mysterious diagrams. He could sense that the thousands of mysterious diagrams had shot into the sky, producing a powerful invisible force that connected to the heavens. At the same time, the heavenly wolf god also prostrated himself on the ground, chanting incantations. Ji Tianqing stood to the side, silently watching all of this. He felt the invisible force converging with the heavens. He sighed inwardly. A tiny heavenly wolf star can survive for tens of thousands of years without being destroyed. An ancestor ascended to the upper realm and became a true god. This gave the heavenly wolf star something to rely on and was unknowingly protected. I wonder how the heavenly wolf ancestor will react to the news of the Heaven Punisher's invasion after this ceremony. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. The thousands of mysterious diagrams in the sky gradually thinned out, leaving behind only endless silver light dancing in the sky. The heavenly wolf god, who was prostrating himself on the ground, slowly got up and bowed 3 times toward the heavens. Then, he said, "True God Tianqing, the ancestor has heard the voices of his descendants and heard the news. The ancestor is furious and has ordered us to do our best to protect the heavenly wolf star and not bring shame to the ancestor's name. At the same time, the ancestor is very grateful for your help and has decided to send down divine light to reward you." Ji Tianqing nodded and waited calmly. When the heavenly wolf god saw that he was unmoved, he felt slightly awkward. He reminded him softly, "True God Tianqing, the ancestor is about to send down divine light to reward you. You have to bow to the ancestor like I did." Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and asked, "Like you did just now, prostrating yourself on the ground and bowing 3 times?" The heavenly wolf god did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He nodded and said, "Yes." Ji Tianqing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He asked, "Are you sure?" Chapter 2554. Ji Tianqing's words stunned the heavenly wolf deity. His expression became a little strange as he thought to himself, "What does true God Tianqing mean by this? Is he unwilling?" That's right, with his true God-level strength, he can dominate the purple firmament star zone without fear of anyone. However, the progenitor is an upper realm deity, an almighty who looks down on all 3,000 worlds. For true God Tianqing to catch the progenitor's eye and be rewarded by him, that's a blessing that billions of powerhouses would be envious of. Thinking of this, the heavenly wolf deity transmitted his voice to Ji Tianqing, "True God Tianqing, I understand your concerns. Our races and beliefs are different, so it might be difficult for you to kneel to my progenitor. However, my progenitor is an upper realm deity, a true almighty. For you to receive the progenitor's favor and be rewarded by the divine light is an incomparably glorious and enviable matter. Even I was fortunate enough to receive the divine light's baptism once when I succeeded the heavenly wolf deity." The heavenly wolf deity was very anxious, not wanting Ji Tianqing to miss out on such a great opportunity. However, he could not be too hasty, so he had to pay attention to the way he spoke to avoid offending Ji Tianqing. After all, Ji Tianqing was the great hero who saved the heavenly wolf star. Ji Tianqing could also see that the heavenly wolf deity was in a difficult position, so he smiled and said, "Fine, since you've requested it, I'll kowtow to him 3 times. After saying that, he put his palms together and bowed toward the sky. Although he did not kneel down, he did not kneel down. He only bowed. However, the billions of starlight in the sky suddenly became scattered and fluttered like snowflakes. The huge formation map also trembled, and the star patterns on the ground became bright and dim as the starlight burst out. The sudden change stunned the heavenly wolf deity, the 28 constellation guards, and the thousands of guards. They all looked stunned. At this moment, Ji Tianqing bowed again and bowed a second time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The billions of starlight in the sky suddenly shattered, turning into silver light spots and dissipating. Even the heavenly wolf arena beneath everyone's feet started to shake. Tens of thousands of guards were swayed left and right, and the originally grand and orderly formation suddenly became extremely messy. The heavenly wolf god and the 28 lunar mansions came back to their senses. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked up at the sky in confusion. What happened? The illumination light has shattered. Even the grand formation has become chaotic and is about to collapse. Everyone, look! There's a crack in the formation. Heavens, what the hell is going on? This is the most sacred sacrificial ceremony of our race. There has never been an accident before. Everyone was inexplicably surprised, but at a loss of what to do, they whispered to each other. The heavenly wolf god finally realized something, and he looked at Ji Tianqing in shock. True God Tianqing. This, you. He wanted to question Ji Tianqing, but he didn't know what to say. At the same time, Ji Tianqing bowed again, bowing for the 3rd time. Crack. The violently shaking heavenly wolf arena finally couldn't withstand the terrifying force from the heavens, and dozens of cracks appeared on it. The formation diagram was shattered, and many of the offerings were reduced to ashes. Hundreds of priests fell to the ground, their faces ashen as they knelt on the ground and kowtowed incessantly. The 28 lunar mansions and tens of thousands of guards also knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the heavens. Everyone thought that the heavenly wolf ancestor had been angered and had decided to punish them. This was because everyone was uneasy and could only kowtow incessantly, hoping to appease the ancestor's anger. Only the white dragon stood there calmly with a playful smile on his face. He muttered in his heart, "Ha ha ha. How can a mere monarch god receive such a grand bow from Master? I'm afraid that the divine monarch would be so scared that he's unable to sit still, right?" After bowing, Ji Tianqing lowered his hands and turned to look at the heavenly wolf god. The heavenly wolf god suppressed his shock and hurriedly asked, "True God Tianqing, what did you do? Why did you destroy my tribe's sacrificial ceremony?" He couldn't understand why Ji Tianqing would do such a thing. Ji Tianqing had no enmity with the heavenly wolf tribe, only a favor. Ji Tianqing pointed to the heavens and said with a faint smile, "I didn't want to destroy your ceremony. You'll have to ask your ancestor about this. This. The heavenly wolf god was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. He had to admit that Ji Tianqing hadn't done anything other than kowtow 3 times. Could it be that true god Tianqing's arrogance and lack of sincerity angered the ancestor? This thought flashed through the heavenly wolf god's mind. Should he vent his anger on Ji Tianqing? Or even attack Ji Tianqing to appease the ancestor's anger? That couldn't be right. Who would treat their savior like that? The heavenly wolf tribe didn't have such an ungrateful mindset. Just as the heavenly wolf god was hesitating, the heavens lit up with resplendent starlight. Swoosh! Endless starry divine light, containing a divine and domineering power, poured down like a flood. When the divine light reached the sky above the heavenly wolf arena, it gathered into a huge vortex and surrounded Ji Tianqing. Endless divine light poured into his body like flowing water, cleansing his divine body in divine soul, rapidly increasing his constitution in soul power. Ji Tianqing stood on the stage, spreading his arms and looking up at the heavens, calmly accepting the divine light's baptism. The heavenly wolf god, the 28 lunar mansion guards, and the tens of thousands of guards were all dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock. Heavens! The divine light has descended. Didn't true god Tianqing anger the ancestor? Why would the ancestor send down the light of God? Everyone, look, the light of God is so magnificent. It's 100 times brighter than before. If real God Tianheng angered the primogenitor, why would the primogenitor show him such favor and send down such terrifying divine light? Who can tell me what's going on? All the heavenly wolf tribe elites felt like their minds had short-circuited, and their brains were not enough. The scene in front of them was too mysterious, and they could not understand it at all. The divine light that descended from the heavens was so powerful that it exceeded everyone's imagination. Compared to the divine light that the heavenly wolf god had received previously, this divine light was 100 times stronger. As a result, the entire heavenly wolf arena was enveloped by the silver light. The 28 lunar mansion guards and the hundreds of priests outside the array diagram were all tainted by a trace of the divine light that seeped out. Everyone immediately felt refreshed. Their constitution and divine souls were cleansed and refined, and they received great benefits. Even the tens of thousands of guards around the heavenly wolf arena were tainted by the light of God, their strength greatly increasing. As for the heavenly wolf god, who was standing beside Ji Tianqing in the center of the array diagram, he also received the rich light of God. He hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground and happily absorbed the light of God, silently increasing his strength. The white dragon also benefited from this and happily absorbed the divine light to strengthen his foundation of the divine Tao. Such a scene could be said to be a blessing in disguise. Chapter 2555. The heavenly wolf arena under the divine light was sacred and glorious. Ji Tianqing was in the divine light vortex, like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring the light of God. The surging heavenly God power seemed to be cleansing his body and divine soul. His divine body continued to strengthen and grow rapidly, growing toward the true God realm. The same was true for his soul, growing at an incredible speed. The martial God realm was also known as the virtual God realm. Martial artists of this realm had just stepped into the divine path and had yet to condense a true divine body and control the laws of heaven and earth. What was a god? Every word and action was a law. Every move could control everything in the world, triggering the moon and the stars. This was a true god. If an ordinary martial god wanted to break through to the true God realm, he needed to trigger the laws of heaven and earth. Only by tempering the divine body and soul with the power of laws, eliminating the false and retaining the true, to the extreme, could he break through. The 5 elements world was sealed. Ji Tianqing had worked hard for many years but still could not trigger the laws of heaven and earth. The heavenly wolf star was not bound. If he cultivated here for many years, he would definitely be able to trigger the laws to temper his body and break through to the true God realm. Now, the heavenly wolf ancestor directly sent down the vast light of God. That was the pure and powerful heavenly God power from the upper realm, containing the laws of heaven and earth. As a result, Ji Tianqing's special divine body and soul were strengthened to the limit of the martial God realm and broke through to the true God realm. At the same time, he also absorbed 2 laws of heaven and earth from the light of God. The first was the life force of a god, the star law. The second was the law controlled by the heavenly wolf ancestor, the space law. These 2 laws came from the heavenly wolf ancestor and were above the heavenly God realm. If it were an ordinary martial god, even if the heavenly gods light tempered their divine body and soul and broke through to the true God realm, they would not be able to refine these 2 laws. But Ji Tianqing was different. He had once surpassed the true God, heavenly God, and divine Lord realm and reached the divine King realm. Not to mention the heavenly God realm laws, even the divine Lord and divine King realm laws, he knew them like the back of his hand. With his freakish physique, unique soul, and rich cultivation experience, refining these 2 heavenly God-grade laws was not a difficult task. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, for hours had passed. Ji Tianqing's God body, God soul, and God power had all been strengthened to the limit. The shackles that had not loosened for many years were finally broken by him. Swish! Immediately, he emitted a dazzling 7-colored divine light and soared into the sky like a rainbow. His aura underwent a huge change. His strength finally broke through the martial God realm and stepped into the true God realm. Buzz! Layers of 7-colored ripples erupted from his body and spread in all directions. Immediately, the heavenly wolf god was blasted back 5 kilometers and landed outside the formation. The 28 lunar mansion's guardians and over 100 priests were also pushed to the edge of the heavenly wolf arena. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Ji Tianqing in disbelief. Their faces were filled with shock. What is true God Tianqing doing? Did he just break through? The light of God bestowed by the primogenitor is actually so powerful that it allowed true God Tianqing to break through on the spot. Inconceivable. Only the heavenly wolf god saw the clues and frowned in confusion. After observing Ji Tianqing for a long time, he thought of a possibility and was immediately filled with shock. True God Tianqing looks like he just broke through to the true God realm. He was originally a true god, so why did he repeatedly break through? That's not right. He was originally just a martial god. Now that he was baptized by the light of God, he broke through to the true God realm. I understand now. That's right. Previously, true God Tianqing was only at the peak of the void God realm. Thinking of this, the heavenly wolf god was even more shocked. This is too inconceivable. Previously, he was only at the peak of the martial God realm, but his battle prowess was comparable to a true god. Now that he has truly broken through to the true God realm, how terrifying is his battle prowess? The heavenly wolf god did not dare to imagine. However, he deeply understood that he had to firmly hold on to this mysterious true God and maintain a close friendship. This was the only way to benefit the heavenly wolf race. 15 minutes later, Ji Tianqing successfully broke through to the true God realm. The 7-colored ripples bursting out of his body were quickly withdrawn. His aura began to converge, becoming even more unfathomable. Still, no one could detect his strength and realm, but he was suffused with the sacred and majestic aura of a ruler descending to the world and looking down on the universe. He was like a scorching light, making people not dare to look directly at him and could only lower their heads. Even though Ji Tianqing had already broken through to the true God realm. But only half of the divine light that descended from the sky was consumed. The huge star vortex was still revolving around him, constantly pouring into his body. Therefore, Ji Tianqing did not end his cultivation. He formed a divine seal with both hands, his eyes tightly closed, still devouring the light of God. Invisibly, his physique and divine soul were still strengthening, his divine power further expanded, and his strength also rapidly increased. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours went by. It was not until his head fell under the sea of clouds and night fell that the divine light that covered the sky dissipated. The light of God was devoured by Ji Tianqing. His realm was stabilized, and his strength also increased greatly, reaching the peak of the first level of the true God realm. His slender and valiant body contained surging divine power, as if it could shatter the stars. He ended his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. Swoosh! In his eyes, 2 majestic and domineering lights burst out as if they were solid. Everyone on the heavenly wolf arena was shocked, their hearts solemn, and they could not help but lower their heads. At this moment, Ji Tianqing had truly been reborn, transcending the category of mortals and returning to the ranks of gods. The heavenly wolf god was the first to recover. He hurriedly bowed and said excitedly, "Congratulations, true god Tianqing." Only then did the 28 lunar mansions, hundreds of priests, and tens of thousands of guards come back to their senses. Everyone bowed and congratulated him in unison. The heavenly wolf god was very smart. He saw that Ji Tianqing had just broken through to the true God realm, but he did not point it out. After everyone cheered, Ji Tianqing looked at the heavenly wolf god meaningfully. "Heavenly wolf god, speaking of which, I have to thank you for my gains." The heavenly wolf god was flattered and hurriedly waved his hand. "No, no, no, true god Tianqing, you flatter me. You are the savior of the heavenly wolf tribe, and this is a gift you deserve. Even if you want to thank someone, you should thank my ancestor." Hearing this, Ji Tianqing's eyes flashed with a smile, and he looked up at the sky. Fortunately, the light of God formed by billions of starlight had dissipated long ago. The heavenly wolf ancestor in the upper realm did not know what happened on the heavenly wolf arena. Otherwise, Ji Tianqing also wanted to see the heavenly wolf ancestor's reaction. It would be very interesting, right? After a long while, everyone calmed down. The ancestral worship ceremony ended in this way, leaving an unforgettable impression on all the heavenly wolf powerhouses. Ji Tianqing did not stay any longer and left with the white dragon. Download address. Chapter 2556. The 28 lunar mansion guards and tens of thousands of guards stayed behind to clean up the mess. The heavenly wolf god personally welcomed Ji Tianqing and respectfully sent him off. Before leaving, the heavenly wolf god sighed from the bottom of his heart, thanking Ji Tianqing for his righteous help. Ji Tianqing did not say much. After exchanging a few words, he stepped onto the Tianqing battleship and sped away. The heavenly wolf god's attitude made him very clear. The heavenly wolf god really wanted to befriend him and pull him into a life-and-death alliance. He did not need to say much. With just a few words, the heavenly wolf god would help him wholeheartedly. Of course, Ji Tianqing did not need the heavenly wolf god's help in many areas. There was only one thing, and that was the safety of the five elements world. Ji Tianqing believed that the heavenly wolf god knew what to do without him needing to explain. In this way, he had achieved the goal of this trip. Moreover, he had an unexpected gain. After obtaining the heavenly wolf ancestor's light of God, not only did he break through to the true God realm, but he also refined 2 laws. This was simply a huge gain. It was enough to make any martial god go crazy. Swoosh! White Dragon steered the Tianqing battleship and flew through the sky at lightning speed. 2 hours later, the Tianqing battleship left the heavenly wolf star and entered the vast void. The battleship continued to fly into the depths of the void, heading straight for the purple firmament planet. Inside the battleship, Ji Tianqing, Qian Yu, Black Dragon, and Lan Kuan were all recuperating in seclusion. Especially Ji Tianqing, he wanted to take advantage of the next half a year to properly refine the two heavenly god-level laws. They were both true gods, but those who had grasped laws and those who had not could not be mentioned in the same breath. Just like the Southern Expedition Marshal, he had actually not completely grasped the power laws. Otherwise, he would not have lost so miserably. Unknowingly, 2 months passed. On this day, the Tianqing battleship sped through the starry sky like a black phantom. Suddenly, a large black shadow appeared in front of the battleship, surging over like a vortex. White Dragon, who was piloting the warship, suddenly woke up and looked ahead with bright eyes. After seeing the black shadow clearly, he immediately frowned and murmured with a grave expression, "It's actually a void storm. Damn it! This young master's luck is as good as the heavens. To think that I would encounter such bad luck." The White Dragon had roamed the Star River for a long time and had ample experience. He knew very well that dangers lurked everywhere in the starry sky, and void storms were one of the most common dangers. One after another, vortex-like void storm after another, containing the power to destroy heaven and earth, was extremely terrifying. Small void storms were only a few thousand miles in radius. Those who were strong enough, such as heavenly gods, could easily deal with them. If they were to encounter a large void storm that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, only divine Lord experts would be able to deal with it. Even an ordinary heavenly deity would lose their life if they were not careful. Fortunately, the White Dragon was very experienced. He soon realized that the dozen or so void storms in front of him were extremely powerful. There were only a few small storms, each with a radius of only a few thousand miles. The other 10 void storms all reached a radius of more than 30,000 miles. Faced with such a dangerous situation, it was too late for him to steer the warship to avoid it. Therefore, he decisively controlled the array formation, allowing the warship to explode with extreme speed, crashing into one of the smaller void storms. Bam! Amidst a deafening loud noise, the 3,000 feet long Tianqing warship plunged into the pitch-black vortex. Instantly, the Tianqing warship was crushed and destroyed by the void storm, shaking violently. The terrifying crushing force ruthlessly crushed the surface of the warship, producing a series of sharp sounds that were especially ear-piercing. However, the void storm continued to collapse, unable to break through the defense of the Tianqing warship in the end. After a few breaths of time, when the Tianqing warship passed through the void storm, not a dent was left on the surface. The hair-raising crisis was resolved by the White Dragon just like that. The dozen or so void storms, with the power to destroy everything, flew into the distance. The Tianqing warship continued to fly into the depths of the void. The White Dragon revealed a look of relief and smiled proudly. Humph! Such a small storm, it's simply a piece of cake to this young master. Of course, the White Dragon's words were frivolous and arrogant. In reality, he became even more cautious and careful, pulling himself together at all times, observing the situation ahead. Unknowingly, 2 months' time passed. In these dull and boring 2 months, the White Dragon encountered several dangers one after another. Not only did he encounter a void storm again, he also encountered a mysterious black hole. A black hole was the most terrifying danger in the starry sky. It was an incomparably huge vortex that swallowed all energy, drifting endlessly in the void. It had no fixed residence and would never stop moving. Whether it was the debris in the starry sky, meteorites, or star remains, once swallowed by the black hole, everything would disappear without a trace. Apart from Divine King Realm powerhouses, no one could explore the situation inside the black hole. Even more so, no one knew what secrets the most mysterious black hole in the starry sky was hiding. Fortunately, the White Dragon had been concentrating and discovered the black hole's approach in advance. When the terrifying devouring power attacked, he steered the Tianqing warship ahead of time, avoiding the black hole's path of movement. This way, he also avoided the endgame of the warship being destroyed and people dying. Unknowingly, another month had passed. The White Dragon estimated that the Tianqing warship was still a month's journey away from the purple cloud star. Logically speaking, this was already the central zone of the purple cloud star zone, so it should be very safe. However, on this day, the Tianqing warship encountered a new danger. 3 warships came from the starry sky, blocking the Tianqing warship's path. The White Dragon observed carefully, and he had already seen the flags of the 3 warships, with swords and skulls hanging on them. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he sneered, "Interstellar pirates. Ha! I haven't encountered such a thing for more than 1,000 years. Since I'm bored, I'll use you guys to relieve my boredom." Interstellar pirates were also one of the common dangers in the starry sky. The interstellar pirates who roamed the starry sky and had no fixed residence gathered the powerhouses and geniuses of various planets and races. They had strong combat power, powerful divine weapons, and made a living by robbing. If it were in a peaceful and stable star zone, the interstellar pirates would be the main target of the various worlds. They usually had nowhere to hide and could only roam. However, the purple cloud star zone was in a state of change, and wars were everywhere. The Heaven Punishers had taken over the purple cloud star, but they were busy waging war to unify the various worlds. The entire star zone was in a state of war and chaos, which gave the interstellar pirates an opportunity. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 3 interstellar pirate warships surrounded the Tianqing warship. A dark red pillar of light lit up on the interstellar pirate warship, signaling the surrender. The White Dragon ignored it, and fearlessly steered the Tianqing warship toward one of the interstellar pirate warships. Chapter 2557. Kaboom! The Tianqing battleship collided with the pirate battleship in a deafening explosion. Suddenly, the 2,000 feet long pirate battleship was smashed into pieces and debris splattered everywhere. At least a few thousand martial sacred realm experts in strange outfits fell from the sky, roaring in anger and fear. There were also a dozen martial gods in armor and holding divine weapons. They cursed furiously and attacked the Tianqing battleship. Seeing this, Bai Long's smile became brighter and the disdain in his eyes became stronger. "How dare you rob me with a few empty god-level battleships? The god of longevity has eaten arsenic and is tired of living." As he spoke, he steered the Tianqing battleship and turned around abruptly and charged toward the pirates. Bang 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 bang. In the next moment, more than 1,000 pirates who could not dodge in time were hit by the Tianqing battleship and were smashed into pieces on the spot. Even the dozen or so martial god realm pirate leaders were knocked flying and coughed up blood continuously. The pirate leader was enraged by this scene. The remaining 2 pirate battleships immediately locked onto the Tianqing battleship and unleashed their most ferocious firepower, releasing hundreds of colorful light pillars. Boom 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 boom. The Tianqing battleship dodged most of the attacks but was still hit by hundreds of light pillars. There was a series of loud bangs. Suddenly, the Tianqing battleship lit up with a sacred golden light and shook more than a dozen times. The hundreds of colorful light pillars collapsed on the spot and shattered into thousands of light spots. The pirate leader was dumbfounded and so were the other pirate leaders. They did not know what to do. While everyone was in a daze, Bai Long steered the Tianqing battleship and charged toward the other pirate battleship. The pirate battleship was frightened. It immediately unleashed all its strength and turned around, swinging its tail and narrowly dodging the attack. The Tianqing battleship flew a few hundred miles before it turned around and charged toward the other pirate battleship. The two pirate battleships were frightened and dodged in a hurry. They did not dare to collide with the Tianqing battleship. Seeing this, the White Dragon laughed even more arrogantly. He was not in a hurry to release the divine cannon. Instead, he controlled the Tianqing battleship to rampage through the void, forcing the two pirate battleships to flee in panic. The interstellar pirates were forced into a fluster and were filled with grief and anger. The White Dragon, on the other hand, was having a lot of fun. Soon, 15 minutes passed. More than half of the space pirates and more than a dozen martial gods were killed by Tianqing's battleship. The few remaining martial god realm pirate leaders fled back to the two warships in a panic. The two pirate warships also lost their temper. They were chased around until they were dizzy and disoriented, unable to differentiate between east and west. The leader of the island knew that he had run into a tough nut, so he could only swallow his anger and admit defeat. However, the White Dragon was not willing to let things end here. It chased after the two warships relentlessly, vowing to crush them into smithereens. At this moment, an indifferent and dignified voice sounded in White Dragon's mind. "Little White, after playing around for so long, you still haven't ended the battle. You've really disappointed me." There was no doubt that the person who spoke was Ji Tianqing. The White Dragon, who was in high spirits, suddenly stiffened as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He smiled awkwardly and explained, "Master, please don't be angry. I was too playful and wanted to play with them for a while longer. Don't worry, Master, I'll take care of them immediately." Before the White Dragon could finish, Ji Tianqing's voice sounded again. "No need. I'll do it myself. It's a good opportunity to test the power of the spatial laws." Hearing this, the White Dragon's divine sense sensed that Ji Tianqing had flown out of the battleship and entered the void. The next moment, he saw Ji Tianqing rushing toward a pirate battleship with the sword of burial of heaven. Swoosh! A dazzling white light flashed. Ji Tianqing instantly crossed 1,000 miles and appeared above the pirate battleship. The next moment, Ji Tianqing held the sword of burial of heaven with both hands and slashed down fiercely. Kaboom! The dazzling white sword slashed the pirate battleship with a deafening sound. The next moment, the 2,000-meter-long battleship was cut in half at the waist, splashing debris everywhere. More than 2,000 oddly dressed pirates were thrown out of the wreckage of the battleship and scattered in the void. There were also a dozen martial god experts in armor with different appearances floating in the void, trying their best to call out to the surrounding pirates. They were all pirate leaders. Then, Ji Tianqing's body was wrapped in dazzling white light. He flashed a few times and rushed into the crowd. Swoosh! 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 The white light flashed continuously. He kept flashing in the crowd. Every time he appeared, he could bring about a sword-light storm that could destroy heaven and earth. The dazzling white sword light swallowed the figures of countless pirates. Even the dozen pirate leaders were not spared. After a short 10 breaths, the dazzling white sword light gradually dissipated. More than 2,000 pirates and more than a dozen pirate leaders in the martial god realm were all smashed into powder and scattered in the void. Seeing this scene, White Dragon's eyes widened, revealing a look of horror. "Oh my God! Since when did Master become so strong? When he broke through to the true god realm, he was not so fierce and powerful." Not only was Bai Long stunned, but the pirate leader on the other battleship was also filled with fear. After coming to his senses, the pirate leader quickly ordered the battleship to retreat quickly and escape from this place. However, Ji Tianqing quickly chased after them with his sword. The battleship was also split in half and crashed in the void. More than 2,000 pirates and more than a dozen experts scattered in the void and fled for their lives. Ji Tianqing began to chase. Dazzling white light bloomed all over his body. He turned into a deadly whirlwind and swept into the crowd. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Wherever the white whirlwind went, countless pirates were smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Even those martial god-level pirate leaders were unable to withstand it and were instantly killed. Ji Tianqing chased them for a few thousand miles and killed all the pirates and their leaders. Only the last pirate leader was left. He relied on his LV6 martial god realm strength to escape 20,000 miles away. When Ji Tianqing stopped him, he was scared out of his wits. He immediately stopped running and knelt on the ground with a panicked expression. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. However, the pirate leader was a member of a foreign tribe. He looked like a blue-black octopus the size of a mountain. He was extremely ugly and his body was covered with tentacles and pustules. Moreover, the language he spoke was strange. Ji Tianqing could not understand half of it. Ji Tianqing did not bother to listen to his nonsense and killed him with a stroke of his sword. Anyway, he did not have the leisure to take captives and would not let the pirate leader go. This was because he knew that the Starry Sky pirates roamed the star area and burned, killed, and plundered everywhere. Wherever they went, they were as cruel as the demon tribe. The only way to deal with such inhumane Starry Sky pirates was to kill them. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.